Can Gordon get in here? Last time we had troubles with Gordon being able to get in.
Hello, good morning. It is 10 o'clock on Bank Holiday Monday, and very excited about this. We've got another Domain of Dread game in Dementlieu, and this one is called. What is it called? Let us take a look. Just open up this. There we go. We have things. This is called True Love's Lament. Thank you for those of you hanging out in chat. Hopefully we'll get a few more people in a minute. It is early on a bank holiday Monday though, so we'll see who joins us. As always, I like to do thank yous. I like to do welcomes first, and then we'll go into the game. Let's see if we get some light behind me as well. So we'll do that. Then we'll do some announcements, some introductions, introduce the players, and then we've got 6 hours of D&D ahead of us today, which I am very excited about. A big shout out to Miss Blackthorn there. Thanks very much for A, joining us, and B, the subscription. Really appreciate that. And don't forget, when you are a Twitch subscriber, you have the ability to bestow HAP, heroic action points, upon our players, which in effect are just rerolls. So, first of all, well, thank you very much, Brooks729, one of our mods, has thrown that in. You can support the stream and give your favourite characters or the GM advantage through heroic action points. Each subscriber gets a monthly HAP to give away, as well as one when they sub or resub. You can also get them for donations, as well as retweets and follows. Find out more in the Untold Chronicles channel in Discord. Thank you for that reminder. I just fundamentally always forget to mention that. So, hello chat, welcome chat. Hope you can stay with us for the entire game. If you're watching on catch up on YouTube or video on demand, thank you very much for watching. Please give us a sub, especially if it's YouTube. Free to do. It helps our algorithms and all of that kind of shenanigans. Want to say a big thank you to Hero Forge as well. Many of the character images are designed using Hero Forge, a wonderful way to create your own custom miniatures, get them 3D printed. You can find them at www.heroforge.com. Please note that anything mentioned on the stream may not represent the view or beliefs of Hero Forge, a Sky Castle Studios LLC product. I think then, without further ado, we will introduce our players, and then once we've done that, we'll go through a sort of an introduction to this Domain of Dread, because it might not be for everybody. But first of all, our wonderful players. First and foremost, a big thank you to them, because almost doubly so, we wouldn't have a game today without them. They very generously have paid to be at the table, helping support the stream. So I hope you enjoy the game. This is very much their game today, and yours in chat as well. So we literally would not have a game without them. We'll go from left to right, and please let you introduce yourselves. So, Chloe, I'll call up your character so people can have a look at your character. Please introduce both yourself and your character. Don't necessarily go into depth. We'll do that when the game starts and the camera focuses upon you.
Good morning. My voice is very gravelly this morning.
I think it's really
Um,
appropriate for Chloe. I mean, Chloe's
yeah,
obviously been
she's
doing
very
some.
much a smoker.
Yes.
Uh, yes, I'm Ben Canonicoed in the chats and discords and stuff. I'll be playing Chloe Charpentier, the totally normal house worker for the encores.
Maid, maybe houseworker is. I mean,
Yeah,
what would your
yeah.
title be? I mean,
I guess she's the lady's maid
yeah,
or
lady
lady's
in waiting.
companion.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting because it's been 2 years on since the previous game. Which slight plug, I mean, this is a one shot, but we've run two other one shots with this household and this family, so you can go back on Twitch or YouTube and see the developments. But this is set 2 years on from the previous game, and there have been a number of changes, including levels gained and social status. So it's going to be interesting to see how the relationship has changed, if any, between Chloe and your Duchess. But thank you very much and welcome on board, Konami. Then we move to Gerard.
Hi, my name is Andrew, Primate on the Discord and the Twitch, and I will be playing Gerard de Magoul.
Very nice, and there we go
The
there. And interesting again, harking back, Gerard is relatively new to the family in terms of hasn't played in the other two streams, so it's going to be interesting to see how you integrate with the rest of the family. I know that we've done some backstory and stuff like that, but it's going to be very, very cool. Then I'm loving the new picture of Bastion. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Gordon. I'm Gordon Goblin on the Discord server, and I will be playing Bastian, who is an actor who wanted to be a playwright.
I'm just going to turn you up a bit. I think it's my audio rather than yours, but that is awesome. Thank you very much. Then moving along to Jean-Claude.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So I'm Jack, and I think I'm just Jack in the Discord, actually. But I will be playing Jean-Claude, a swords bard and swashbuckling rogue.
Awesome. I'm going to move to Valerie or Valère.
I'm playing Valère, a cleric.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And wow, you've already leveled up as well. That's very
Yeah.
good. We had a few technical problems with Valère.
I've got 2 spells and stuff, but I'll sort that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be chatting for a little while, so you got plenty of time, and we have got a whole 6 hours. So yeah, just don't panic. Get your spells sorted. It is absolutely fine. And then last but not least, the matriarch of the house, Duchess Elise de Honicourt. Is that how we're pronouncing it?
I think the French is Allais.
Allais, yeah, quite
She
possibly.
doesn't mind.
This is a horror channel, and the most horrific thing today will be my appalling Brummie French accent. So, apologies to both Brummies and the French. But please introduce yourself.
So I'm Michael, and I'm also a Brummie, so we'll be in that together.
Yeah.
I'm Michael the Grey, to distinguish myself from younger Michaels on the stream and elsewhere. And I'm playing Jean-Claude and Bastien's aunt, a lady uncle.
Perfect. Well, as I say, really a big thank you to you all. I mean, this is the third game of what was just a one shot, and really appreciate you spending 6 hours sort of in my company, but also making it happen financially as well. So my heart goes out to all of you. I hope you have a whale of a time. Now, a little bit of sort of warning rather than disclaimer warnings, notice. This is set in Dementlieu, a Domain of Dread, from the new Ravenloft book. It is a horror-based game, so there will be things that certain people will find uncomfortable or horrific within the game, and we don't want to cause any discomfort to you. So if that kind of style of play is not for you, please. We've got a lot of Untold Chronicles sort of videos. Go and sort of watch those instead. It's quite difficult to predict exactly when those moments of horror are going to sort of occur, because A, it's a live game, and B, players have narrative as well. So please, if horror isn't for you, then tune off now. We will miss you, but it is the nature of the beast. And it goes to you, the players, as well. If we touch on any subject matters that you start getting uncomfortable with, just message me, and we can fade to grey and move on. We want the game to be horrible, terrifying, but we want it to be in character horrible and terrifying, and we don't want to cause any real sort of discomfort to either the players or the viewers here. So please let me know. I think that is really the all of the announcements and stuff. So without further ado, let us delve into the Domain of Dread, to Dementlieu, to Port de la Seine. So previously, I kind of had to improvise. The Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft hadn't come out. It is now out in its full glory, and I suppose another announcement: our books, those of you that have ordered them from you, are still stuck in customs, but they should hopefully, I would imagine, release next week. So thank you very much again for your patience. It is available digitally though, and that is what we're using at the moment. We've got both Van Richten's on Fantasy Grounds and Van Richten's on D&D Beyond, so that's how we have got access to it. But thank you for your patience waiting for the actual physical copies. Come from, I believe, Germany. Our stock comes from, but it should be with us very, very soon. But we don't have to improvise anymore. We've got this beautiful map here, which we can kind of zoom into. We've got the legend here, which can show you some of the names of the things. And I kind of want to be a little bit smug here and say I think I second guessed it fairly well. There's not a lot of retconning we need to do to change things. So as far as I'm concerned, and as far as you as characters should be concerned, everything that has happened in the previous games, and all the NPCs, the locations still exist within Twisted Narratives version of Dementlieu anyway. So
Very quickly, Andy, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me, but I don't see a map in front of my face.
that is because obviously I am giving the exclusive glints to our people in chat first, and now I'll press that share button so that you can all see it as well.
There it is. Thank you very much.
I am absolutely terrible when I live stream. I don't actually show the players any of the information because I just presume it's on stream. So apologies, players. Hopefully that has shared that very lovely map to you now, and you can see it in its full glory. And I mean, it is a beautiful map. I love the design of it. Just in terms of the way that the roads kind of spiral. There is, without doubt, design and effort gone into this product, and it is beautiful and a wonderment to behold. So I'm just going to read the introduction that is into the introduction to Dementlieu, and then we will get into the game. This helps set the scene. So every night brings another glittering affair into Dementlieu, whose citizens live glamorous and exciting lives. They enjoy the finest clothes, elegant jewels, grand ballrooms, and most extravagantly, the grand masquerade hosted by Duchess Sardra d'En Air every 7th day at her island estate. Everyone who is anyone attends the Duchess's balls, and everyone who longs to be someone tries to wrangle an invitation or sneak in uninvited. But Duchess Sardra's wrath upon those who dare to set foot where they don't belong is truly horrible and inevitably fatal. The domain of Dementlieu consists of the city of Port à Lucine, which embraces the murky waters of the Pernalt Bay and the Lucine Bay, as well as shifting scraps of fog-shrouded suburban areas around the city. Port-à-Lucine is a festering mire of rot and decay, hidden beneath a glittering facade of decadent wealth. Everything appears more valuable, more solid, and more wholesome than the actuality, and everyone behaves as if the illusion of grandeur and prosperity was real. Everyone in Dementlieu sweats to get by, but admitting to reality means social ruin. The poorest citizens struggle to maintain a middle-class appearance, scrounging through the garbage heaps at night to find wares to sell in their shops in the morning. The members of the true middle class pretend to be titled aristocracy, but they wear much patched and mended clothes and starve for a week to host a ball that barely passes as lavish by recycling table straps into mysterious pâtés and cleverly disguised dumplings. The real aristocracy of the domain exists solely in its Dark Lord, Duchess d'En Air. Anyone who lets the mask slip meets a grisly end. When an aristocrat at the Duchess's masquerade loses a button from a fraying coat, the Duchess pronounces the impostor's doom, and the unmasked pretender crumbles to dust. When a struggling merchant fails to keep up appearances, the resulting fall is less public but no less final. Left with no home, no livelihood, these wretches inevitably fall prey to the Red Death. Adherence to decorum is vital, and those that overstep the delicate balance between deference and bravado find themselves scorned. Etiquette, decorum is key to survival here. But the true horror of this domain is the pressure it exerts upon its populace. Its people forever goaded into illicit trysts, a pointless theft, or a murder of passion. For what is life without the thrill of being chased, without feeling to have lived, to be found out and to lose everything? That thrill creates this dichotomy. But it's been a prosperous 2 years for House de Honnecourt, our company assembled here. Ever since they exposed Rasputin to Duchess Sardra d'En Air and put a decisive end to the revolution, their standing within Dementlieu has steadily increased. Fame, fortune, and even the correct amount of notoriety sprinkled on top for good measure. But this is Dementlieu, and with each success comes that ever-present feeling of being slowly cranked up a terrifying steep roller coaster, waiting to reach its zenith, only then to be plunged to your inevitable doom. And maybe tonight is the turn of House de Honnecourt, for it is the opening night of Bastien de Honnecourt's new play, a dangerous, salacious work entitled The Pompous Pumpernickel. Such a work would have been instantly closed down had it not been being performed at the Red Widow Theatre. The Red Widow is a cabaret known for lively music, provocative dancing, and shady dealings. A gigantic statue of a spider painted in garish crimson with a black hourglass shape on its abdomen adorns the front roof of the building, inviting customers into its decadent web. At this shrine to decadent pleasures, attendees celebrate beauty and life in defiance of the crushing poverty and horror outside. The black carpet leads in. It is the opening night. There are crowds outside. People have been trying to get tickets for weeks for this opening performance. It is busy. Not everybody there, though, is happy about such things. There's the ever-present sight of Patience Muffet and her protesters that are known as the White Ribbons. Wear a white ribbon for sobriety is their motto, and they do not like the sound of this play, and they certainly have been campaigning to close down the theatre for many years now. But they are bushed by one side by the security of the theatre, and it is at this point that the camera begins to now focus upon our protagonists, House de Honnecourt, which could not refuse going to see Bastien's magnus opus, his work of art. So, you are arriving at the theatre, VIP treatment. Everybody knows you. Everybody wants to know you. You are the rising stars. I hate to say you are the Kardashians of Dementlieu, but currently it seems that you are very much that way. We'll start off with you, Bastien. This is your night. This is literally your night. You've worked hard on this play, rehearsals. You've written it. You're producing it. Are you starring in it as well?
I will do more of several small cameos rather than star in it. I'll play a range of bit parts and supporting roles.
Okay, so you have your cast of performers, so many actors and actresses throwing themselves down at your feet to try and get a part in this play. But the company has been formed, they have rehearsed and they are ready. So where at this moment, maybe an hour before curtain call, does the camera find you?
So I would be backstage, just making sure everything's in order, running around in a bit of a panic, but trying to hide that it's a bit of a panic.
Okay.
Want to make sure everything runs smoothly because, as mentioned, the family will be out there. So I'd like them to see this to good effect.
Okay, and do you want to describe what you look like as well?
So I am a sort of moderately handsome, foppish young man, but
Modest,
so at the moment I'm
moderately handsome. I mean, come on.
I look somewhat like Jean-Claude, but in a more dishevelled, deshabillé way.
So,
and at the moment, I will be in a costume of a minor devil
yeah, I mean,
for the start of the play.
you are most definitely aware. You wrote this thing, the Pompous Pumpernickel, a sort of bread that is a peasant affair, a stable that is dressed up to be something fine for a noble's table, but really is just this peasant fare. And this pumpernickel itself is pretending to be something that it isn't, pretending to be something that it isn't. There are so many layers in here. One might have thought that this pumpernickel should be an onion. But of course, of course, it is really just laying the truth out there. The truth
Yes.
of Dementlieu. The subtext in this is salacious, scandalous, so dangerous. So you're dressed as a devil.
Yes, for the opening of the play.
Perfect.
I will be offering a devil's bargain to the protagonist.
Sounds good. Sounds very good. And you're not alone. Obviously, you have your company that is there, but you've been spending quite a lot of time in recent months with a lady. Um, it has been known that you have been, I suppose, courting of sorts. Do you have her name, or do you want me to fill that out?
Yeah, we said her
Just,
name's Madeline Delphine.
yeah, from a very fine family.
Yes.
Very fine, and quite a catch, really. You sometimes find yourself questioning. I mean, you're an artist. Why? But you don't particularly want to question too far. She seems to be besotted with you, encouraging you in all of your endeavours.
Great.
So
That is surprising.
So you are there, putting the final touches. Are you planning like a bashful bride, not revealing yourself to your family until the play begins? Or are you going
Well,
to go out and sort of meet not just your family, but all of your admirers before the play begins?
because I've given myself just bit parts and cameo roles, I can go out without spoiling too much. So I will go out and greet people in the foyer once I'm sure that everything's running smoothly backstage.
Oh, yeah, like a well-oiled machine. This theatre, you know, I mean, it is the height to have a play here. Uh, it doesn't get much better, really. Everybody's professional. There are theatre staff on hand, stage managers. You have your own company. It is a night to end all nights. So you go out, and as you go out, the foyer is packed. And as you sort of approach, dressed as Saint Nicholas himself, the devil, people turn and point, and there's a round of applause and cheering. This is most definitely your night. You see across the room, though, the people that you were looking for, and the camera moves from you and across, I believe, to the Duchess. How does the camera find you?
The Duchess is no doubt with Chloe. I don't know about the rest of the family, whether they're going to be all together, but let's assume
Well, we
LA
can.
is off by herself,
Yeah,
with Chloe arriving.
we can. I think it's appropriate, and we'll move straight to Chloe after you've done your descriptions. But yeah, we'll let the other people decide whether they are with you or with not. So, what do you look like?
So LA appears to be, I should say, in her well-preserved mid-60s. Her hair went prematurely silver at a very young age and has dipped in and out of fashion as she's progressed through her life. she's dressed in good clothes for this. I'm not entirely sure. Do you wear your absolutely best clothes to go to this quite bawdy place? She will be wearing the appropriate clothes for this place.
Absolutely. I mean,
Not.
yeah. Sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead.
I was going to say, throughout the whole of Dementlieu, even at sort of tea parties and the like, people sometimes wear masks. The whole thing is this charade of sorts. You have the finances and the ability to wear absolutely the most appropriate thing. It is a little bit sort of a scandalous place. So it just depends how far you would push into that that
I think
imagery.
yes, as with the sort of previous story where she would like the family to rise up, but she's very cautious, but recognizes she might be being overly cautious. I don't think she could ever go completely over the top. There's part of her that is always going to be a little bit restrained, but also doesn't want to embarrass her nephew. So we'll be pushing ourselves to look as glamorous as possible, but still in sort of, I don't know, a restrained way. It's
Okay.
obviously exceptional quality, but she's not going to be pushing any boundaries of fashion at the moment. Um, Beyond that, her only jewelry is a pendant. Um, Again, I don't think she's not kept up as much with the rise, if you see what I mean. I think it's more with the younger people. She's doing her best to try and have all the flim flam and have all the aren't we great, because she knows there's a momentum to keep up.
Yeah.
But I think she's feeling that she's just not necessarily up to it anymore. But she will not embarrass the family. She just doesn't feel that she can be that engine to
Yeah.
progress them.
It's such a shame that unfortunately you are the head of the household. And as I said before, you are carried along whether you like it or not. And the more that you kind of try and pass it on to others, the more you are buffeted, like going down a log flume, feeling that you are losing control. You are
Yes,
losing
very much so.
control. Okay, and as mentioned, standing right next to you, I'm assuming, is Chloe. What does Chloe look like?
I will pull out my description. Chloe, she's appears to be a beautiful girl in her early 20s, 5'10", but in that like weird uncanny valley way, you can tell there's something not quite right about her. Like she's very, very perfectly presented. The way that she moves and acts is with an almost machine-like precision.
Okay. Excellent. And your outfit for tonight, are you going as a servant of the Duchess, or are you kind of dressed up as in disguise, as his bodyguard, or are you blending in?
Probably whatever's requested.
So what is requested, Duchess? I mean, this is Bastion's night. VIP tickets did not have to be purchased. The family was invited, and it is up to you. You might be on mute, Duchess.
No. I was just checking who it was who was deciding.
Okay.
With that grim feeling. Oh, it's back to me.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I think yes. She would request that Chloe dress be the one who can dress that little bit more in the way that LA does not feel comfortable doing.
Wow.
She would also point out to Chloe from a more practical point of view that eyes will be on her rather than other people, and that's as it should be, as a protector.
Mm-hmm.
True.
So
So trying to play to Chloe's sort of more practical side rather than just being you have to wear this glamorous stuff because
Yeah.
there's a practical side to it as well.
Well, I'll give you the list of the of the clothing I have. So I have the general use one, which is when she's out and about, but not in her work attire. She has travel wear, the ballroom wear that was used last time, work wear that's at the manor house, and the quote unquote work wear / stealth wear, the the encrusted bodysuit, depending on how kinky we want this to get.
well, I mean, this is the Red Widow Theatre, and burlesque is most definitely the word that kind of sums this up. It is, as is Dementlieu all about. It is pushing the boundaries, but it is so easy to overstep those boundaries. But the closer everybody's trying to reach those boundaries and get right to it, the closer you get to the boundaries, the more you're going to be noticed. But that tipping point, stepping over it, even by a heartbeat or a millimeter, will bring your fall. So it is up to you. But I mean, there are scandalous outfits on display. This is one of the places that you can wear this kind of clothing.
So still with me.
I mean,
You monster, Ben. I think probably one of the let's go for incredibly glamorous and slightly daring, but clearly a lady in waiting. So it looks like the type of clothes you would wear when you were working at home, if you see what I mean, which means it really shouldn't be at these places, but it's incredibly well made and studied with whatever diamonds or whatever.
Okay.
So it's playing off the fact that this is clearly work clothes for a lady's maid, but it outshines a number of the poorer families that are here.
Fantastic.
So let's go with that.
A very nice spin on the situation. Very cool. Okay, so that is the two of you. Obviously, Gerard, you have got an invite as well, been invited through the family. Firstly, the camera sort of turns, it pans down. What do you look like and what are you doing at the moment?
So Gerard is a human in his mid-40s, has a huge mutton chops that go down, which indicate, which isn't normally the style in Dementlieu, but they indicate a military background.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of, it can sometimes make you seem a bit crass if you don't pull it off. He's wearing some of his finest clothes. He's turned up to this wanting to make a good impression. He's currently circulating among the people waiting to watch the play in the foyer or equivalent, or in the main room of the theatre, I suppose.
Yeah.
This is on the assumption that a lot of the people who are attending mostly just want to be seen to be attending, and if they're able to catch the ear of someone even slightly associated with the family, then they will tell them at length how much they're looking forward to it, just so it gets back to them.
Okay.
And if they're not able to do that, they might get antsy.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of circulating around the room, pressing the flesh a bit and trying to not hype Bastion as much, but
Yeah.
just go, yes, I'm sure it'll be great. Yes,
Absolutely.
really splendid.
Yeah, and I mean, whether your character is aware of this, because everyone is caught up in this falsehood, this belief that kind of is almost a perpetual emotion machine of this web of lies, basically, this web of pretenses, and you know, when does a lie become the truth? You know, if you say it all of the time, does that make it real? And there is this belief that everybody wants to be here. There is this belief that everybody wants to watch this masterpiece, this pompous pumpernickel. Um, it, it has been spoiler free. There has been a total blackout on what exactly is about, and a bit like Emperor's New Clothes, has built upon this secrecy of no one really knowing what it's about. But it's at the Red Widow Theatre. It is going to be an unbelievable play. So everybody's here and everybody is excited by it. But whether they truly believe that or not, I think even they think that they believe it. It's just whether in the heart of hearts they do. But you're circulating and helping fan the fire of enthusiasm. Then we move to Valère.
Is there any rules on carrying anything like weapons on this party? Are you okay to hold? Have we still got that thing where you carrying them but you're not carrying them? You know, in the last game.
I mean, you can carry your weapon in here. No one's going to stop you. There are a few people that have got riding crops, and some of the more military gentlemen have sabres by their side. And as you look around, there are a number of items, hairpins and the like, that could easily second as weapons. In fact, the more you look, the more you realise how dangerous this place truly is.
Be dressed up as a bodyguard, but in a smart way as possible.
Okay. And is that a bodyguard for Bastion? Or is it a bodyguard for the Duchess? 2 years have passed, and how do you find your place now? Have you still been your Bastion's man friend, maybe bodyguard, protector, or have you spent more time with the family now and helping the family out with their affairs?
Helping the family out.
Okay. So you are fairly close to the Duchess and Chloe as well then. And of course, as a bodyguard, yeah, you can have your weapon, you can have your armor should you wish. It's not a problem. It's kind of expected, really. And someone as prominent as the House de Honnecourt probably does need protections now. So it's good to be seen with such a thing. So, last but not least, we move across to Jean-Claude. And I mean, we've already had a description of you more or less, because Bastien, he called himself moderately handsome and said, "I look just like Jean-Claude." So
well, I would say Jean-Claude is devilishly handsome.
Yeah.
If that makes a difference.
Okay, yes. So we'll go with Bastien being modest. Then, so devilishly handsome. The camera pans round upon you. Now, before you give us a description, you too have been seeing someone, an interesting woman. Her name is Gillian Lancan. Very much a muse. She is one of the most sought after artists, models of the whole of Dementlieu. All of the famous grandmasters pay her huge sums. I mean, in Dementlieu's terms, for her to pose for them. She is beautiful, devilishly beautiful. And you I'm going to give you narrative agency of how long you have been spending time with her. But she is with you at the moment. So the camera pans down to you and Gillian.
So yeah, I think maybe just something like a couple of months. So maybe still very much in its early stages of a relationship. Maybe perhaps Jean-Claude's first what he would deem serious relationship before, when he was just obviously just out and about. So I think this is arguably the longest time he has been courting.
Very nice.
I think visually, as the 2 years have gone, he's probably done a few things like before he had his hair very sort of neat in a side part. I think it's probably turned a bit longer now. It's sort of into like a sort of a tight sort of top knot, and his pencil mustache is sort of turned into sort of a very stylized goatee.
Mm-hmm.
Dare I say, some sort of weird, strange pirate chic that he's currently working on.
Sounds very cool.
Yeah, currently sporting like a long navy blue coat with sort of nice gold intricate motifs around it, and then just very nice tight fitting clothes as he arrives.
Okay. Perfect. Both yourself and certainly Gillian are gaining attentions as well. You are most definitely what would be considered to be a power couple, even though it's only been a couple of months. So that is the scene, Bastian, that you come down into as you come down the stairs. Suddenly everything goes quiet, everybody looks up, everybody starts applauding. You see that your nephew and your cousin coming downstairs dressed as the devil himself. What would you like to do? The scene is yours.
But I will say, as soon as he shows up dressed as some kind of like demon, Chloe will lurch forward for a split second and then stop.
Pantomime theatre. Fools everybody all of the time. Okay. So, sort of, you have to almost fight your way through the crowd, Bastian. People just want your autograph, want to have a word or two with you. I'm assuming you're going to take the time and do that.
Yeah, I'll do some of that. The plan was to do sort of an almost courtly dance through sort of spinning and spiraling and swirling my cloak
Okay.
as I go through. So every now and again I will stop and, kind of overly dramatically kind of lean in and make all sorts of gestures. So when people are, doing the greeting thing, I'll make it like I'm, presenting them with a devil's bargain.
Okay, very nice. Do you want to give me a performance roll? One would presume this is going to be very cool, and I just kind of want to see how cool it actually is.
Yeah, I hope it is.
Oh, look at that! Goes from a 3
well,
to a
yeah,
19.
pretty effective.
But yeah, I mean, you manipulate this audience, this pre-audience. Really, it's people that are coming into the play, and you move and dance through the crowd, and you
I'm
arrive.
basically going to act as my own hype man.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody is so excited. Were you trying to get to the family to have words with them, or are you just creating an atmosphere within?
Well, they're the ultimate destination, but obviously I will take a circuitous route to get to them so that I can see a fair amount of the crowd and make people feel seen and appreciated.
Well,
But my ultimate aim is to get to the people I actually care about.
yeah. So a 31 allows you to do that in bucket loads. you finally arrive. Is Jean-Claude and Gillian with the Duchess, or are you sort of elsewhere? Hello, Jean-Claude. Are you on?
Sorry, the dog was going bananas. So I was just trying to calm him down. I would after I guess soaking in the crowd a little bit. I will slowly start making my way towards Chloe and the Duchess.
Okay, so yeah, your family is all in one place, so you get to there. Very cool. Okay, so you're all together now. Is there anything you want to say to each other before the play begins?
I just kind of wanted to embrace them all.
Yeah.
I'm obviously a bit overexcited and hyped, so I'll just take a moment to give each of them a quick hug.
Okay, you're all embraced by Bastian.
Yeah, I think just a nice affirmative hug to Bastian, a squeeze on the shoulder for good luck, a polite nod to the auntie, and then we'll wait to be seated, I suppose.
Okay. Before you hear the bell to move from the lobby into the theatre proper, the doors are thrown open and the protesters have got through. They're dressed in sort of a grey and white, very bland dress with one of those white sort of caps on her head, a hair tied back. Is a figure that you probably would all be familiar with. Patience Muffet, as I said, backed up by a number of other both women and men. You see that she's got this grey sort of top on. It's not quite a bodice. It's more of a full sort of jacket, and you see that it's laced up down both sides, down the arms, but it's been laced with white ribbon, and these are without doubt known as the white ribbons, and they hate this decadence and scandal. They stand for sobriety, all of this debauchery. And she shouts, "This is not right. Stop, repent. Do not watch this filth. It will rot your mind. It will make you, it will make you lesser men and women."
What time of day is it, Andy?
It's evening. I mean, it's round about 7 o'clock now. The play's about to start at 7:30.
Are the protesters from a mix of races?
Yes. I mean, primarily sort of human. It's a very sort of human sort of domain. But there are, yeah. It doesn't. They're not purists. They're not sort of white supremacists. You are aware this since the revolution, these white ribbons have kind of come out of the cracks, as it were, really.
This won't have been completely unexpected.
No, not at all.
Protest.
They were protesting outside.
I will have a routine. I'll have a routine prepared where I dance around while she makes the the denunciation like it's part of the show, and I'll recoil in horror as she's like denouncing.
Okay.
Kind of almost like this was prearranged, that she would come in and play the Puritan and drive the devil back, and then drive me backstage.
Okay, beautiful. I think another performance role here. Oh, you just are amazing. You see her kind of flush. I mean, they're not being violent. They're not. These are pacifists. They want the world to be a nice place where all of this debauchery isn't done. And you just flip it round. And it's the closest perhaps anyone has ever seen poor Patience Muffet become angry as her face begins. Everybody starts laughing and cheering. She has become a sort of mockery. Go then, go worship your devil. I'm sure you will get all of your just disturbs. At this point, the security of the Red Widow Theatre sort of come, and they scare Miss Muffet away. And the doors are closed, and the bell goes. Sorry?
I was just gonna say, were we near that as that was going on, or was that sort of like somewhere else?
I mean, it's again narrative agency for you. I'm not going to use huge amounts of battle maps because it works better for a horror-based game. But if you can react to the situation, if you wanted to be up close, what would you have done?
Basically, when she was going, when she's denouncing Bastion as a devil or whatever she was doing, and if we're like nearby, I'll tap her on the shoulder and say, "Oh, he's in costume, I believe. I don't think he's an actual devil."
The devil.
He's pointing out the super obvious.
Yeah. The devil comes in many forms, and I sense him here tonight. And with that, as you kind of having that conversation, she's kind of pulled back by one of the security guards, a big hulking fellow by the name of Brock. And she's just not beaten, but they're kind of put outside and the doors are closed.
I'm going to, if it's okay, follow them outside, make sure they leave, and then try and slip back later.
Okay.
Once the blaze actually started. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, they're not going to leave, so they're forced outside, and they begin sort of protesting again. So, what would you like to do?
If I don't think it's going to kick off, do I think whether it's going to kick off into them invading the theatre again?
Probably not. I mean, as I say, they are pacifists. But you can give me an insight roll.
Yeah. Not great.
Yeah, I mean, you see that Patience is not patient. She's been affected by Bastion, by his mockery, and you can't work it out. It's kind of inflamed something in her, but you're not quite sure what.
All right.
Hi, Andy.
Yes.
It was just because when she threatened her family, the Duchess was going to do a very similar thing to see when it's you will get your disturbs, whether there was any actual meat behind that or whether it was just something thrown because she was so embarrassed.
Absolutely. Give us a insight roll as well. Much better. You don't think it was a threat in any way, shape, or form, actually. you get the impression she's pleading with you all to kind of not do this, to not be debauched, to kind of see things as they are, and that you might well get your upcuppance, but it's not them that's going to do it to you. It's either yourselves or the debauched life that you're leading that is going to lead to your downfall. And with a 21, maybe you just hear yourself click up that roller coaster ride a little bit more as you're getting closer and closer to the top.
Thanks.
That's okay. This is what I'm here for. So yeah, you don't think they're going to be any problem. They've been around for maybe about a year and a half, and they don't cause that. It is peaceful protests, which kind of makes it somewhat awkward due to the fact that even the secret police, the police that you do not want to fall foul of, haven't really swiped in and done anything about them at the moment. Although there are rumours that some of them have fallen to the Red Death. So it is relatively easy to leave them to it, but what would you like to do?
I will quietly re-enter the theatre.
Yep, it's okay. And you just catch the back end of people being seated. I mean, of course, the family, and you are with the family, have a box, prestigious, best view in the house. Why wouldn't you? So you're not disturbing anybody as you are led towards that.
Yeah, I will go to that. Obviously, I've got a seat right at the back, so I'm not disturbing anyone and not taking away from their big day.
Yeah, absolutely. So the play. There's no need to really do a role here, Bastian. There is so many things. You have the backup of the Red Theatre, the Red Widow Theatre. You have your company, theatre company. You've spent months writing this. It is indeed a work of art, and the only disappointing thing is if you can ever do better than this. It is magnificent. So many, as I said earlier, different layers of commentary upon Dementlieu society. And to give the roller coaster analogy again, it kind of plays with people's emotions, making them kind of realize the falsehoods they're doing, but then playing up on that it is the right thing to do. It is, of course, a farce, because like everyone loves a farce, but standing ovation at the end. There are flowers thrown upon the stage. Absolutely 100% received by everybody. Is there anything you particularly want to add narrative agency wise to that, Bastian?
Yes, I was thinking obviously when I was putting on a play. So I would like the centerpiece, the protagonist of the play, the person who makes the devil's bargain. You don't see what the bargain is at the start, and then the play is about a person, like almost like a prince and a pauper kind of thing, where this person takes over a rich life, and has lots of troubles from it, living this false life. But the reveal is that the life they were taking over is their own life. They were always this person pretending to be something they're not, and the bargain was just for the comfort of not knowing that there was no real success, that it was only a pretense. That so they they got to believe that there was a real success that they were sitting into, instead of knowing that it was all a sham. So the comic reveal for them at the end is that this was always their life, and what they bargained for was just the ability to believe that there was something else that they could have had.
Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, you played with people's emotions. People are in tears of laughter at the reveal. You don't. It's Dementlieu. There was a twist. It looks like it was a surprise to everybody what that twist was. Whether they knew it and are only pretending or not, it's always impossible to tell. But at the moment, the audience is in uproar, cheering, clapping, crying, laughing, shouting encore and more. Flowers, as I say, are thrown upon the stage. Perfection. There is, within the theatre, the Red Widow Theatre has many sort of crooks and crannies. There are a number of auditoriums and the like, and one of those places has been converted, ready for the after party. And not everybody's invited, but the select few have been drawn there. And sorry, I should give narrative agency to everybody else first. During the play, is there anything anybody wanted to particularly do? Otherwise, we'll just move to the after party.
I will say when we get to the box, Chloe will dust Ale's seat for her, even though it's probably already clean, and seat her.
Give me a perception roll. You love dice that cannot be seen, don't you?
Every time.
Okay, so you start dusting it down, and then you sort of notice, oh, that's strange. There's a spider web, and as you kind of move down, you see there's quite a large spider that just scuttles away. Then you look around and you see, yeah, again, there's another sort of spider web. And in subtle places, there is this beautiful spider webbing sort of all around the box. And as you sort of scan the theatre, I mean, the theatre is multi-leveled. There's this magnificent curtain, then above the curtain, there is the kind of the beams where the people that control the lighting and the rigging and all of the special effects goes on, gantries and the like. And you can see amongst the gantries spider webbing as well.
She'll turn to the miss. Miss, do you think they put this here for effect?
I don't know. We must ask Bastian afterwards. I'm not entirely sure it's giving the effect I'd like. I just have a terrible urge to dust.
I didn't think this play had anything to do with spiders.
Maybe there's a subtext. We must ask Bastian afterwards.
Unless you asked Bastian for a reveal before the play was done. As I say, it's been shrouded in secrecy. So that is... Yeah.
I think LA has always asked for a signed copy of whatever, what's the word I'm looking for, whatever program or whatever is produced as part of his plays.
Yeah.
But pointedly never asked for anything beforehand.
Okay.
But you will discuss at length after the plays about the subtext and what he meant, because sometimes these things go past her a bit.
Okay. Perfect. So Chloe, you dust. You notice this.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention that whenever she's wandering around now, she has an albino blackbird on her shoulder that is just there. It looks like a decoration.
Okay.
But it does actually move every now and then.
Okay. Perfect. So it just reminds me of Mr. Yaffle from Bad Puss, basically. That is a very old reference, but I am very old. Okay, so yes, that is you. If there's nothing you particularly do, nothing really happens other than the play itself. There is an interval if anybody wanted to do anything during the interval. If not, we can cut scenes to the after party.
Only a very brief thing, and that was during the interval, having seen Gerard go out and deal with, in a less menacing way, the people outside. Ale would pass a card to him and ask for him to pass it to Miss Muffet, or whatever her name was. Ale doesn't have time to remember these people. Maybe that's the motif. It's a whole spider Muffet motif. So yes, there's just a card inviting her to attend at her earliest convenience to discuss the correct way to deport oneself when trying to make a point. Because she's interested in talking to these people, but wants it to be phrased in the way of come to my house and apologize for what you did.
Wow.
Where in actual fact, she's more interested in learning a bit more about this group. If that would be okay, Gerard, you seemed very efficient.
Of course, I'm capable enough of delivering a message.
So I guess your narrative agency, Gerard, is you leave the box, but what do you do with the card?
I'm going to leave the box and head out the front to Miss Patience Muffet.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quite aggressively slide towards her.
Okay, she she this is an interesting one, really. I'm just sorry, I'm arsing about, basically, because I should have pointed out where you are on the map. You probably all have worked that out. So as you start sprinting towards her,
I'm not sprinting. I'm striding. Sorry, I'm just walking with purpose.
Oh, right.
I'm not running directly at her.
I thought it was like, rah! Okay. Yeah, she initially just sort of stands there defiantly. But the exertions of the evening get to her, and I rolled a natural one. And as you get relatively close to her, she faints and just falls to the ground. A number of the white ribbons sort of crowd around her, but you get to her.
Let me get to the woman as I.
Okay, you kind of
out the way.
Yeah, she has passed out. It's no more than a touch of the vapours, a fainting fit from the exertions of the night. She looks so vulnerable, so delicate there, just crumpled onto the floor.
I'm going to.
After you.
I'm going to grab a wisp of natural energy from the air and cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can give me a. I mean, yes, you cure. She's not really damaged, but I mean, you fill her full of energy as sort of a number of the other white ribbons around see. I mean, narrative agency on how does your cure wounds? You said you grasp a wisp of energy.
Yeah, it's like grabbing some. It's like grabbing a bit of the air, and it just becomes solid.
Okay.
Thing. It's not solid like gaseous.
Yeah.
Then put that down into.
Okay, and we'll say that is certainly enough to revive her. She's just fainted, really. with the stresses of the evenings, and her eyes sort of open and they gaze into yours, beautiful and sort of bluish grey, and she smiles at you. Sorry, I thought you meant to do me harm.
I would like during the interval as well to have sent ice cream for them.
Okay, we'll come on to that in a second. We'll come on to that because that is a whole different encounter. So, Gerard.
Yeah, I'll just give her a kind of really look, and say, you being beaten in there wasn't the way that I would have done it, but these things can't be tolerated.
I only do it for them. People go missing in there, you know. It is not a good place.
In this theatre specifically?
Yes. People go missing. They bring it upon themselves. Have you heard? Oh, you've been in there, sir. You've probably seen things that are outrageous, scandalous.
I have, yes. I've enjoyed some of them thoroughly.
Oh my! Oh my! She flushes again. But
what
go on.
What people have been going disappearing?
Well, I mean, I've just heard rumours. I don't know details, but not everybody who goes into the Red Widow Theatre leaves. It is fairly common knowledge. But beyond that, they're immortal souls as well, if they are lucky to leave that den of debauchery, that place of sin, then, well, I mean, the things that they've done in there, why do people not understand? Sins of the flesh.
I'm just going to kind of get up off my knees at that point. She's proselytizing again.
Yeah.
So I will give her the card and say, your presence is requested at your earliest convenience.
Does she mean to do me harm?
I feel that unlikely.
Okay. Thank you for your kind actions. I'm not sure what you did to me there, but I felt something. Maybe there is good in you.
I just turned around and kind of storm off.
Okay, as you walk back to the theatre, it's not far, you know. You see that there are a couple of theatre workers coming out, and they've got trays of ice cream.
I'm going to take one.
Okay.
And eat it as I'm walking back in.
Yeah. So you do that. Ice cream is kind of passed out, and you can kind of hear as you are coming back in that it's about 50-50. Half of them are going, no, you should not take, it is a bribe, and
It is a sin of the flesh, ice cream.
Yes, it is that sugary sweet creaminess. No. And other people going, well, it's quite nice actually. I think this one's strawberry. So that is going on outside as well.
Gerard, what's your? I assume you have a good passive perception.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's 17.
Yeah, because so you probably see out there. There's quite a few birds out there.
Okay.
So at a rough estimate, you would probably guess there's about 24 of them.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm assuming that you have spent time with the household
Yeah,
before,
yeah,
Gerard, so you would be aware of
of
what is
the
going on.
ravens.
Yeah, yeah.
And even they've turned up for Bastion's big day.
Yes,
The
absolutely.
event.
They kind of follow Chloe around these days.
Yeah. But Chloe's a bit like a moving statue, and we know birds love statues.
Very nice. So yeah, so sorry for cutting straight through to the after party. You know, it's important to have these moments as well. So
when I return, by the way, I will kind of obviously, if the play's still going, I'll come in behind
yeah, I mean, this
Chloe
is.
and like
I was going to
come in
say.
behind Chloe and just tap her on the shoulder and say like in her ear, just be careful, something might be happening here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard.
So Valere, are you just bodyguarding at the moment?
Yeah, just making sure everyone's okay. There's nothing
Okay,
too
and
much
you're keeping. Give us a perception roll.
not fun or anything.
Yeah, no, I mean you're just keeping an eye out, really. I mean, at the moment it doesn't overly look like there's too much of a threat. Excuse me. Apologies, everybody. The good news is that I do have some emergency tissue. And then we move across to Jean-Claude, really. This is the interval. What are your impressions so far? Are you doing anything else?
No, honestly, probably again, just watching from the booth itself. I think maybe with a little bit of narrative agency, unless Gordon says otherwise. Maybe I'm privy to something, but he whilst he probably doesn't understand what's in terms of the intricacies of it, just there for moral support, not really understanding what's going on. But we'll give a sort of a rousing round of applause at the interval. Perhaps get a drink for him and his lady friend, and then sit back for the second half.
Perfect. Okay. So the second half goes unhindered. No real interruptions this time. The white ribbons are arguing over their ice cream now more than anything else, really. And then it comes into the after party. I mean, this is even more sort of sought after than the play itself, to actually spend time with the actors and actors, the producers, and to get VIP access to all of the movers and shakers of Dementlieu. And of course, there is the very critical speciality of the Red Widow Theatre for the after party, which is curds and whey, which are served on fine sort of silver sort of platters. For those of you who are unfamiliar with curds and whey, look it up. It is delicious. Okay, so you are kind of led down to this, and it is a full after party. The theatre orchestra is now playing. There is dancing going on. Drinks and curd and whey are being served by ghoulish servants. That is become the fashion once again since the transformed animals did not work out particularly well. During this time, obviously, you can speak amongst yourselves. You can speak with other people here. Duchess, You've been receiving correspondence from two individuals over the last 6 months that have been attempting to vie for your attentions. They are both here tonight, and they are both here in this after party as well. I'm sure you are thrilled to hear such things. The first individual, his name is Cyril Pelletier, an oil tycoon, a fish oil tycoon. Quite a rotund gentleman. His hair is black, deepest black, and slickly back. He is widowed. He is well, the word eligible is perhaps not the right word, but he is wealthy, kind of not an aristocrat, although he will say his family does date back. But he deals in fish oil, and he has cornered the market in Dementlieu. It is obvious that he is wearing too much of his own product. Oil in his hair, extra makeup on his face, his boots shined, far too much product. Things that you know about him, because I'm assuming you would do investigations in these two potential suitors that are vying for your attentions, is that he's a huge donor to the Bonneville Museum of the Sea. He believes that the seers gave him his fortune, and he kind of wants to bring the sea to Dementlieu. But his oils go into makeup, perfumes, hair products, foods, soaps, etc., etc., etc. And depends how you feel about it, but it is very unlikely that he hasn't already caressed your skin 1,000 times with his products. You can't hardly move without ingredients from what he does being in the items that you use. The other individual, his name is Captain Gervais Barnier, vampire hunter, mistwalker, a military man, but incredibly young, in his maybe mid-20s. And if you think Jean-Claude is deviously handsome, well, he must match this equally. Shocking blue eyes, golden hair, beautiful pearly white teeth. And both of them are here, and you get the impression that at some point in this after party they are going to potentially try and speak with you. So this is the scene that you walk into, Duchess, so it's up to you how you want to react to that.
Are they being appropriate in so much as she is well known to be a widow and a dowager, and still technically a bit like Queen Victoria wore mourning clothes for a long time? She is. Is it appropriate in this society? Not that there's anything inappropriate, just popular and not popular. Is it inappropriate for them to woo a known widow?
They are being, well, certainly. Oops. Let us call up the right notes. Cyril is most definitely being appropriate. Maybe a little too appropriate, maybe a little oily and sort of smoothing his way. Captain Gervais Barnier is forthright and damn convention. One cannot deny one's heart, can they not?
I was going to say, I thought he was about to say divide and conquer there.
So yeah,
yes,
so
she will be perfectly happy to receive them individually, or I was thinking about getting them to both be there at the same
yeah.
time, but I think that would be mean. So yes, let's do that.
Well, this is why I kind of pointed out to you, so you would be aware of them. They have written, they have invited you on. You can have refused, obviously, but both seem to be very keen. So,
But yes, I think she'd feel that, given with the people outside and given the nature of this plane, it seems to have gone down well, which means it will reach the ears of people who may view it as being more scandalous. Let's just deal with this now and let's find out what they're about. So I think she's going to take this opportunity to find out what their interests are.
okay.
So she's quite happy to. However it's done in this, whether it's through a look or language of the fan, or just get Chloe to say it's your turn. I don't know.
Are you choosing one over the other to do that too?
So like dance cards.
Yes.
I think we'll start with the young man and let's see how that goes.
So yes.
Oh, young man.
Captain Gervais comes across to you. He offers to kiss your hand.
Oh, Captain, I'm your great grand. Now, enjoy the play. Did you understand the play?
But of course, it had such complexity to it. Did you? It was magnificent. Your nephew, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. No. It was indeed magnificent. What things cannot your family do? I find myself questioning. You are a magnificence.
I'm just an insight to see whether he actually has any idea what the play was
He
about.
doesn't have any idea. You don't think he even was watching the play half the time. He's got that kind of.
She won't be mean.
She's got that.
Sorry, go.
He's got that kind of smell of cognac on his breath, and his voice is a little bit slurred. He's probably been heavily sort of drinking. Well,
is he from a particularly good family?
The very, very strange thing about it is that he announces himself in some of the letters that he has sent to you as a vampire hunter, a mist walker. He says that he originates from Felcovina, a hero there where he turned back a siege of zombies, that he has actually sat at the same table as Strad von Zarovich, and his fun activities are moving through the mists and visiting the carnival, which he would most definitely love to take you to one of these days.
Is there any evidence that he's done anything here?
Oh, absolutely not. You don't need to make a roll for
No.
that. There is literally. I mean, you've had a look, and it's like, well, normally when somebody does something, there's obviously evidence of it, and obviously he's not saying he's done anything here at all. So there's no evidence of him doing what he hasn't done here. But your suspicions are perhaps aroused. Maybe he is.
I think it was more that even if he's telling the truth, even if he is the most famous vampire hunter and mistwalker, which I sense are always said together, and he can't actually say those things separately.
Oh no, it
Um,
is.
That's just his official title. He just can't. Um, it's important that he is known here. So I think that would be the tone she's going to take with him, is very much that what are his plans? Because
Wow.
obviously she may consider some of the many offers that she has made, but really it must be with someone who is known here. And unfortunately, at the moment, you're not known. What are your plans to become known here?
Oh, well, that is true. This is very much what's, in all honesty, Duchess, this place, this Dementlieu, was to be a respite for me, a place for me to rest my weary soul before I venture out again to slay more fiends. Did I mention I sat at the table with Strad? I must tell you of the conversations we had. I know he is a vampire, but one must know one's enemy, must not one. But as I say, this Dementlieu was meant to be just a passing fancy, a respite in my exploits and adventures of heroism. But then I saw you, and everything changed. Nerd. I will make a name for myself here if that is what I must do. I will seek out the evil of this place. I will take its head and throw it at your feet.
I'd rather you didn't.
Oh,
That would be quite messy.
right. Well, maybe maybe a nice fish supper instead then.
Well, no, I think it's not me, dear. It's the society we're in. You have to make a name for yourself in order for anything to develop in any way, shape, or form. So, yes, I think you should play to your strengths. You should find things that are damaging our society here, themes, and as a vampire hunter and a mistwalker, you would then be able to attract the attention of those who would raise your station. And yes, then you would have very different stories to tell me about, which I would love to hear, if indeed over a fish supper of sorts.
Like a knight gallant, then, you, my princess, I will go on upon a quest for you, like the knights of old. Is there anything that troubles you, Duchess, that I may put to rest?
You are a knight gallant. You should be doing things for the sake of our domain here. I leave it up to you to prove your worth by the choice of your adversary in equal measure to how successful you are with vanquishing them.
You are
That
a
is the truth.
tricky one. I like the fact that you're playing hard to get.
Oh, you'll find that, yes. She's just adding to her list of originally being described as R&R. Then a distraction. And then him changing tack, which was lovely of him, because she was getting ready for a full blast. Well, one has never been described as shore leave before, but you silver-tongued devil, you. But yes, she's.
You are very much getting that vibe from him, though, and with your your +10 to insight, one might add an additional moniker to his title: a vampire hunter, mistwalker, and cad. It doesn't take you particularly much to kind of see through this facade. He isn't from Dementlieu for definite, and certainly does not have all of the skills that even the most common peasant has for survival here to do such a thing.
Right, because she was sort of doubly paranoid. That is this someone pretending to be an effectual actually underneath the
No,
family? But if he occasionally jumps when Chloe walks up, as vampire hunters are not wont to do,
yeah,
then
you get the impression
she
that.
is happy.
Sorry, yeah,
No, go ahead.
you get the impression that, I mean, you are in a very powerful position within Dementlieu at the moment, and like a gold digger that isn't aware that there is no gold to dig for, he has targeted you.
Well, she will delicately segue from fish supper into there's someone else I need to speak to.
Oh, of course. I hope not another gentleman.
Why is competition difficult for you? If I am everything that you say that I am, why would it be a surprise that perhaps others would have an interest? But as it happens, no.
You crush my beating heart. But
I didn't mean to. You seem quite fragile.
when it is the affairs of love, I am but a dandelion. Yes, a brief wind will rip me apart, and I beg you, do not do that to me.
Wind, yes, very much what I was thinking. I promise that I will not do that to you.
He kind of bows until we next meet and staggers off, basically. You don't think that what has particularly helped him is the huge amount of cognac he's been drinking through the play for his meeting with you. Okay, so that happens. Whilst that was happening, a little bit of narrative agency for everybody else, so we'll share the love around. Was people just watching that, or were you moving around and doing stuff?
I think Jean-Claude would just be mingling. Like I
Mhm.
probably wouldn't be watching. I know that LA would be safe because I know obviously Chloe would be nearby. So just mingling, not doing anything in particular.
Okay.
Just walking around.
So something does happen, Jean-Claude, as you're mingling, and it is all of the very boring social niceties that need to happen. Gillian sort of looks at you and pulls your sleeve and whispers in your ear, Jean-Claude, shall we be naughty? I'd love to see behind the scenes of this play, to climb up and look down upon the stage. You come with me, and
Okay.
maybe, you know.
Sure, I'll ask Bastian if that's okay.
And it should be our secret, to be above where no one else knows where we are, but we can see them. We can see all of them. It will be fun.
There is definitely a smidge of hesitation or not sure, knowing if this is definitely the right thing to be doing. But I think maybe over these 2 months, she's sort of got him wrapped around a little finger to an extent. So against better judgment, we'll nod and let her lead the way.
Okay, she sort of grabs your hand, quite small in yours. She's quite petite, and she kind of leads you as you both sort of try and explore behind the scenes of the theatre. You move out of this after party, and you explore together, sort of behind the scenes, the stage, and there are a couple of ladders and ropes that she kind of leads you up to and sort of struggle, and it's surprising how high it can get as you climb and you climb to the lofty heights, and you can kind of see down. And part of the theatre, there's the theatre where the play was in, and then there's the after party. But there is kind of behind the stage a large kind of circular chamber where all the behind the scenes things is. So whilst you are up in the rigging, now you can move across carefully, obviously, and you can move across the ceiling where the after party is and sort of look down upon there too. You can hear things as you balance through the dark, the light coming up from below. You catch signs of something. Give me a perception roll. Yeah.
19.
At first you think that it's just part of the rigging, more ropes, but as you kind of look at them and the shape that they do, you see that there are 2 hangman's nooses.
Is that anywhere? Was that in the play at all? If
No,
Jean-Claude can remember?
there was. You can remember there's no hangman's nooses, and they're kind of tied over where the after party is, right up in the heights. No one can kind of really see up into the shadows and the darkness there. And then she begins to hesitate and say, "Oh, Jean-Claude, I'm so sorry.
What for?
Yes. I don't have any choice.
About what? Everything okay?
No. No. I have to tell you this. Jean and Gilles went up the hill to fetch a pail of water, and she starts crying. Jean fell down and broke his crown, and Gilles came tumbling after, and a wave of energy flows across you.
Yeah. Oh, that is a lot of dice.
How many hit points have you got?
Less than 87. I can tell you that.
Okay.
73.
As it washes across you, you just feel dizzy, and fatigue washes over you, and you collapse. You are brought back into consciousness very rapidly. That wasn't damage, that was sleep. You are brought back into consciousness as the rope cuts into your neck, as you begin to choke to death. The first thing you see as you kind of spin round, choking to death, is that you see by the side of you, dancing the same jig as you, is Gillian. she's gone already. You begin to gasp for air. You begin to black out. At the same time as this, the after party, you hear sounds from above you, and you can see high up, maybe about 20 feet from the rafters, two bodies hanging on the rope. Jean-Claude, can you give me a death saving throw, please?
Yes.
So close to death. Okay, I think it's time to put you all on the combat tracker. Not because we're going to combat, but just because we want to see if people are going to die. So let us redo that. I'm going to get rid of everybody and put people on. Boom, boom, boom.
I am assuming we've had a long rest in the past 2 years, because I've still
Well, it
got.
depends what you've been up to, I guess.
Yeah,
I
does-
still have a hit
it
points
does-
and-
Too much coffee.
It does depend on
my exploits over the past 2 years.
it does depend. So yeah, so please give me initiative rolls, please. This is where Jean-Claude does not want a high initiative roll.
I thought that on a +10 initiative. I was like, oh, crikey.
So just you, Bastion. Bastion, are you with us?
Sorry, I made a roll first, but it didn't go on.
Yeah. So
Is it possible I could keep that roll?
Yes.
I can roll again if you want. It's just a very good roll.
Yeah. Look, you can keep the roll.
Okay.
What was it?
So I'm on 20 total.
20 total. Yeah. Oops. There we go. So, Gerard, it doesn't take a perception roll. You hear heavy weights from above you sort of come down. At first you think something is being thrown down, but 15 foot above you basically see these two bodies. One of them, well, you recognize both of them. One of them is Gillian, this model and paramour of Jean-Claude, and the other one is most definitely Jean-Claude. What would you like to do?
How far up is the kind of rigging?
The rigging is probably a good sort of maybe 30 foot up, but with the ropes and stuff, the bodies are about 15 foot above you now.
I would. Sorry.
That's okay. I think this might have come as a surprise to lots of people. So,
There's the horror.
Part of the show.
they are spinning around at the moment and flashing in and out of consciousness. Jean-Claude, you can see Gillian dangling there as well. The breath being crushed from you.
So, is there any way to cut the rope without him immediately falling? Is there something close enough that I could pull the rope over from if I was on it? If that makes sense.
It makes no sense. I mean, I get the intent, but I'm not quite sure what you are attempting to, how you attempt to. They're 15 foot up at the moment. You can't really access the rafters from where you are. You would have to go sort of backstage and then up and along quite a lot of the rigging. I mean, you.
I have so by way of context, my intention is to cast Etherealness, and
Yeah.
then I've got 35 feet of movement.
Okay.
So I could move 35 feet up into something, as to where that gets me.
Yeah. I mean, you could certainly
in
get
the
to the.
vertical.
You certainly could get to the rope there. As in terms of cutting it, if you cut it, he's going to fall 15 feet, and
Yeah.
at the moment he does not look in a good way.
Hmm.
You could also, I mean, you are pulling him up by his neck, but that would be the fastest way. Is up is better than down, maybe. But yeah, you 10th level characters, you can do some crazy things.
I will do that. I think I will go up 35 feet into the gantry, and start. I will then ready my action for when the etherealness ends to start pulling.
Okay.
Pulling the poor man up because I've got no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So it's just this immediate reaction.
Perfect. Is there any cinematics or anything to your etherealness?
It's just like fading into a ghost. It's like spirit form in like Lord of the Rings. So it just
Perfect.
kind of
Yeah,
blasts
no.
off the ground.
Very nice. And then we move to Bastion.
So I take it there's nothing in this room I could climb to get to him.
Unfortunately not. No, it's almost like whoever decided this was a good idea wanted to send a message and certainly didn't want anyone saving.
Right. So I didn't think of pulling him up. I can't get there. Can I throw my dagger at the rope? Would that cut it?
Probably not. And if you did, he would fall.
Okay. I will dimension door up.
Yeah.
To
okay.
help with the pulling up.
Perfect. So dimension.
Oh crap! Why does it say damage?
Sorry?
It says damage under dimension door.
I don't
Does that
know.
do damage?
Dimension door does not do damage.
I think it's in case you get stuck in an object with it.
Oh, okay.
Because you take damage if you go into an object.
Okay, thank you. Right, I was afraid it was like one of those things where I damaged the people around me, and I don't want to do that. But yes,
so
I will.
You do again have your move, you have a bonus action, you have your action. So if you did want to take someone else up with you, you can take 2 people up, but it is again your choice. If you just wanted to dimension door yourself up, easily done.
I will. Is who's near me? Is Valère next to me, or?
You certainly would have enough movement to get to Valère if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, I'll bring the 2 of us up there.
Valère, are you a willing participant?
Yeah, willingly go.
Passenger, I guess. So many different words. Okay, so cast dimension door. Both of you come up. Move to Jean-Claude. Another death save, please.
Yes.
Okay, a 10. That is a success. We're not playing. Meat Grinder. But also during your turn, Jean-Claude, something strange happens. Maybe it is the death throes, some kind of fantasy, some kind of illusion. As the breath is being forced out of you, you have that feeling around your neck, but it's not that you focus upon. It is the sensation of suffocation, and your mind seems to translate that into you drowning. And as you begin to pass out, you find yourself in beautiful blue water deep under, and you can't breathe. You can't breathe, but it's so peaceful down here. As you feel that you are being drawn down deeper and deeper underwater. And then we move to Chloe.
As people are gasping and stuff, obviously her head shoots up to where they are.
Yep.
And then without moving, or without like moving her head or anything, she'll say, "Henri, please look after the Duchess." And the white blackbird will move over onto the Duchess's shoulder and go there. "Please stand back." And she'll walk forwards and lift her dress up slightly so she can bend her knees a little, revealing her new footwear. And she will jump upwards with enough force to create a little bit of damage to the floor, perhaps, from her strength. And she will use reskinned winged boots to fly up there.
So you fly up there.
Yeah, so she like rockets up. On the way up, we'll pull out a very nicely crafted ballet song, which she'll flick out.
Okay.
And then with one hand grab Jean-Claude by like his gripping his lapels and lifting him up as she goes up, and then slicing through the rope in one swift motion, and then landing where everybody else has now gone on top of the thing.
So this is a lot of things going on here. So moving, does it take any action to activate your winged boots?
No.
Okay.
I just have a fly speed.
You have a fly speed and you can fly up. You are going to have to grapple. You're going to have to hold. This is going to be automatic, but it is going to take an action to sort of fly up rapidly and grab him. You're not going to be able to cut. Actually, you've got multi-attack, haven't you?
Yeah, so I can grapple with one. And then...
So yeah, I will allow the grapple. Now, if you're not using both your arms, if you're not putting, you've got a strength of 19, which is good. It is your choice. You have a chance. I will be asking for a strength athletics roll if you decide to try and cut the rope. But I'm more than happy for you to take the weight off him with no roll, should you just wish to sort of hold him and carry on moving him upwards. It's not just about your physical strength, it's about bulk and about material ripping and everything else, basically, in a single 6 seconds. So, what would you like to do, Chloe?
I will lift him up to where everybody else is,
Yep.
and then move over if I have movement left to where the girl is.
Okay. Probably. What is your total movement? Because
35.
Yeah, no, you're not going to have enough. As soon as you start picking him up, your movement halves.
Oh right, yeah.
Because you're carrying someone, but you can get him. We'll say for dramatics, you can get him up to where Bastien, to where Gerard, and to where Valère is, and he's dying, but he's no longer got persistent strangulation upon him. Okay. Gillian is still dangling down there, though. So then we move to Valère. You have been dimension doored up to the top. Jean-Claude is now upon the rigging. The rope's still attached to his neck. He's looking in a very bad way.
Is he alive still?
He's dying, so he's still alive, but only just.
I'm gonna use spare the diamond.
Okay.
Is he within twitching range?
It is now,
Uh,
thanks to Chloe.
I'll use spare the diamond so get him to.
Okay.
He becomes stable.
Okay, so you stabilize him, which is good. Anything else you want to do, Valère?
No, I think that's it. And I'm pulling towards me a bit if we're on a.
Yeah. Make sure he's, because if he did
yeah.
fall off again, he would be being hung again. Then we move to the Duchess.
For a brief second, the Duchess's eyes will shine with metallic grey rather than a normal sort of cloud grey, and it's almost as if there is wind ruffling on her back. But when she sees that people have got there, she pauses. Will call up for him to be brought down, where she can tend to him, and she will use her action to message Jean-Claude with help is coming. You stay with us, Jean-Claude. All is well. You stay with us. And that will be her go.
Okay. Jean-Claude, in your head, you are drowning still. It is comforting, though, almost like returning to the womb. And you do hear a voice. Maybe it's the Duchess's, maybe it's something else, as this thing, this beautiful thing within the water. It has a face, but it flows beautifully within the water, almost like some kind of ghost or spectre. Its colorations are pink, full of life. It opens wide eyes and leans forward and whispers into your ear. It is not time for you yet, my prince. There are those that seek you and your family harm. I know. Seek me out. Seek me. And then the voice is cut off with a more familiar voice of the Duchess saying you are going to be okay. Okay, we hit the top of the round, but before Gerard has chance to act, the doors are broken in. All right, no one move. We are here to arrest Bastien on air by the order of the police, the secret police, by the order of, as I desperately find, Felix Vigouroux. We have a warrant for his arrest and immediate execution. Anyone who protect him will be taken too. Where is he? Gerard, you can act.
I'm going to yell at them, damn you, and go over and start pulling up Gillian.
Okay.
It's just kind of, no one seems to care about.
Okay, so
they're lying too.
So you start hauling up Gillian. Okay, Gillian is pulled up, and then we move to Bastien.
So I will hold Jean-Claude. I'll tell him you're going to be okay, and I'll cast Healing Word at 2nd level.
Okay. So, your healing has a strange effect upon him as the magic pours into his body. He begins to vomit as not vomit, water is expelled from his lungs as he comes out, and you come back into consciousness, Jean-Claude. But as you are pulled into consciousness, the thing, the beautiful thing, looking like this, so everybody in chat, sort of tries to reach for you as you are pulled away from her, and she says, "Seek me out, you are all in danger." And you come into consciousness, sort of vomiting up this seawater.
Okay. So I guess coming to somewhat obviously somewhat confused as I spit up this water, I'm just going to try and relay as much information as I can remember to Bastion. As like I said, I'm slowly coming to, slightly disorientated. Just gonna say, there was weird jellyfish person. We're in danger. And then just sort of not necessarily fall unconscious, but just sort of go back and just try and come to a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to count is that horrible experience to you. You still have your death fail upon you. You've got 1 level of exhaustion, but in terms of hit points, you're actually okay. They didn't blast you with damage. It was literally sleep. They wanted you to feel your death, whoever this was. So you basically got a level of exhaustion, but have all your hit points mechanically speaking. But you can hear below. It seems Felix Vigoro, head of the secret police, and a number of officers are come, and they are shouting, "Where is he? Where is Bastion?" So that is your go, and then we move to Chloe. It doesn't seem that they've noticed this commotion sort of 40 foot up above them at the moment.
So has Gerard, have you managed to lift her up?
I think that
Yes,
she's
yes.
currently on the.
Yeah, you managed kind of simultaneously as the doors were being kicked in and the officers were coming in. You managed to get her up, so there's no obvious signs at the moment of what is going on. Some people are looking up, but these people that have bust in are kind of looking around at everybody within the after party at the moment, eating their curds and whey.
Okay.
Lots of decisions, Chloe.
Well, I'm gonna use, well, in sort of like a almost pirouette motion, whoosh, whoosh, use her dagger to cut the rope from JC and from the girl.
Yeah, absolutely. Simple action, no rolls needed. You can easily do enough damage and sever those ropes. Yeah.
Those 2 attacks, and then we'll then drop back down to be next to the Duchess again, in case things are going awry down there.
You are aware that if you do that, you might well draw attentions to everybody above at the moment, but that is your choice. They're not calling for the arrest of the Duchess. It's just Bastion that they are naming. It is your choice.
All right, yeah, because Bastion has he stayed up here?
Yeah,
Still
Bastion's up there.
Okay.
The only person that isn't up there at the moment is the
Yeah.
Duchess.
So
It's
he
not my turn
chose
yet,
to.
so I'm still here.
So when they entered, he chose to stay up here. If that's the case, then I'll just like move to the side whilst I'm up here,
Okay.
and then keep an eye. Well, I will make sure to keep myself within 35 feet of the Duchess
Yeah. So you move along
whilst on the rafters.
the rafters. You move along there. Valère.
Are the secret police on my side or are they downstairs?
They are down on the floor. Now, to put this into context, if you were to attack the secret police, you too would be most wanted and dragged to Madame Guillotine. Escape is far more preferable than conflict here, but the choice is yours.
I'm not going to just let them take him and say, what state's thingy in now? The person who's was hanging.
Jean-Claude is in a bad way, but is able to move. Gillian is unfortunately dead. Her beautiful face that has been immortalized through many of the grand masters of Dementlieu will never be graced by her modeling skills again, unfortunately.
How many of these secret police are there?
You can see that there's the head of the secret police, and you can see that there's probably about 4 or 5 at the moment that have come in. There's probably more. The place is probably surrounded.
I'm going to try and vanish ahead of the secret police. Use banishment on him.
Wow.
Is a touch spell?
No, it's not touch. No, it's not touch at all.
60-foot range, I think.
Okay, so actively attempting to attack the head of the secret police. Okay. So yeah, I will do a saving throw for that as you target Felix Vigoro. He fails. You reach out, you whisper the words, and he is gone. The other, what is this? They start blowing their whistles. You hear more and more people being come in. No one leaves here. Where is he? What sorcery? We will burn this place to the ground. Okay. It seems that you have...
I'm going to... Oh, I can't because of both actions. I thought that... I thought I could do something else, but it's an action, not a action.
It seems that you have escalated things now. Then we move to Duchess.
Right. Well, she will put aside the conversation she was going to have with the chief of the secret police to one side as he disappears in front of her eyes in the... I'm sure there's been a... Oh, okay. So she will look appropriately shocked at the occurrences and look wide-eyed at the police and make placating gestures to everyone around in a... Everyone be calm. They are here to do a job. And
for a little bit of narrative agency, we can say he was holding a warrant for arrest, and as it does that kind of Disney thing of sort of floating to the thing. So you can have a look at the warrant if you wanted to.
I think she will certainly pick it up, but she's going to be focusing on doing something else. But she will have a look at it.
Okay.
So she will
Yeah.
be making out that she's looking at it, but the actual understanding will have to
Uh,
wait for a round, I think.
This is real bad news. It is indeed a warrant. It is indeed. He's not being taken to the Chateau d'If, the prison. It is an order for his immediate execution. It seems that evidence from a very close source has been given in secret. This
Right.
is not going to be easy to talk your way out of in any way, shape, or form. But you've got that was a free thing basically. You've got
Oh,
your action ahead of you.
Oh, well, while she's reading that and turning the pages and looking incredibly concerned, she'll be spending sorcery points to do a subtle spell,
Mm-hmm.
where apparently the somatics are now reading a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And she will cast Twinned Haste on her two nephews, burning some more sorcery points.
Okay. I'm spitting grapes everywhere now. Okay. So, Bastien, Jean-Claude, do you wish to accept haste upon you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you sense the burning power as you begin to speed up.
I'll need to look up what haste does.
I mean, mechanically, it doubles your move, increases your armor class by +2, gives you fundamentally an additional thing you can do. It's an action, but it's you can only do certain things with that hasted action.
Okay.
But for the moment, until one of you decides to do something else, we're going to go to narrative rather than initiative. It is, with all the knowledges that you have of living in Dementlieu, it is untenable or even unimaginable that you would want to stand and try and fight against the hordes of secret police that are coming in now. And if you did, there would just be others. Retreat, regathering, finding what on earth has gone on here is your only real sane option. But of course, you have control of the narrative because you are player characters. So fundamentally, it is up to you what you wish to do.
Given where we are, I'm going to try and look for a way onto the roof. If there is any.
Yeah, give us a perception roll. As I say, we're out of initiative at the moment.
All right. I'd been going to say I think I would know.
Oh, no.
Okay. From the raft, I think I would know from the backstage and the up stage and the rafters and things. So I would know how to get to the roof. I think.
Okay.
And my plan was to get Jean-Claude and go that way.
Yeah. So Gerard, you look around, and it's kind of very interesting here. This is almost like a web of rafters and ropes, of ladders and riggings, and it's almost like this place has been designed to have all of these nooks and cranny and hiding holes and crawl spaces and the like. And even with your 8, you do indeed see that there are various ways. This is, I mean, we do have magical light, obviously, in Dungeons and Dragons, but we also have, daylight as well. So it is possible to have winches to move the roof of the theatre, a bit like the Rose Theatre in London when need be. So even with the 8, you do indeed sort of spot a way to the roof. Obviously, Bastien, as you said, you would be familiar with the theatre anyway, so you also know that you are there. So,
I'll also command my clothes to become police clothes and my cloak to become a policeman's cloak.
okay. So we'll add impersonating a police officer as well to your list of crimes.
But
Perfectly.
they're secret police, so the people wearing police outfits
Yeah,
definitely aren't police.
Okay. I'm more than happy. Certainly for Bastien and Jean-Claude to make a dramatically appropriate escape, especially with haste upon them. It might be useful for you to have help from people. It depends whether you want Chloe, Gerard, Valère to come with you or not, to either act as distractions, help you in ways, etc., etc.
Andy, can I get a message to Chloe?
Yeah, absolutely.
I do apologise. I cannot remember the name of the bar, which was really cool that you created. But
Wow.
the one
Oh, yeah.
I
1 second.
am devastated.
I know.
What was it? It was like the scrum or the
Scrum.
Scrum.
I just imagine it being a rugby player.
snug.
club
The
then.
snug. That was it.
Snug. Well done. Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
You see, I've still got my notes here. So the snug, Sebastian Charnon. It's still there. It's still operating.
It's just a message to her that suggesting perhaps meeting there.
Okay.
As you wish, miss. If
Or
you
lead,
need,
or
you
if
can
not,
send
Andy.
Henri to me.
How does Henri work?
It's basically find familiar.
Right. Yes. If not, get a message to there. If we need to meet up somewhere else, I will look for a message there.
As you wish, miss. Stay safe. And if I'm leaving with the two bards, when we get to the roof, she'll turn to them and say, "Keep close to me, please." And she'll cast Pass Without a Trace.
Okay. At the same time, is Gerard and Valère coming with you as well?
I imagine so.
Mhm.
Yes. Yep.
So it makes sense that you all do sort of head out and around. And from the height of the exterior of the theatre, it is night time now. But you can hear whistles, especially after the head of the secret police has vanished. It seems that what was just a fairly standard routine. Well, the secret police don't normally have people resist arrest and are somewhat confused by this. But yeah, the whole city whistling going on as normal police are being brought in as well. But with Pass Without Trace, let us see if it's going to cause any complications. Everybody give me a stealth roll.
Hopefully, I will apply it.
Yeah, it has. Look at that. Oh, you
3 on
rolled
the
a
die,
3.
25 on the die.
It hasn't done it to Gerard.
Oh, I just did it. I clicked
Oh,
on the modifier at the
yeah.
bottom.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it didn't automatically.
So it hasn't
No,
automatically done
sorry.
it. That is okay though. With the Pass Without Trace upon you, the shadows pulled around you, you manage to get. And are you heading to the snug? Is that your plan?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. You manage to get to the snug. It's relatively late tonight now, and you bang on the door. The door is opened by a familiar face, Sebastian. Is the whistle something to do with you?
Oh yes, I'm being a policeman.
All right. You best come in then. He kind of comes in. You see that he's closed up already. He kind of takes you down into the snug, which looks very much like this. It's a small bar where, when it's open, people can pretend to be peasants. The bizarre thing is they are actually peasants pretending to be aristocracy, who are then pretending to be peasants. You settle down, and you are currently hidden and safe away from the secret police. There is a rope burn, obviously, around your neck, Jean-Claude, but you've not had a lot of time to think about this. For the sake of brevity and the like, certainly a minute has already passed, and the head of the secret police comes back into existence. During that minute, Duchess, would you have made your excuses and left, or would you wait for him to have returned? Duchess, you might be all on mute.
Apologies, I just had to nip. What did you say?
You are aware that the head of the secret police is going to appear after a minute.
All right.
Yeah, she's settling herself down to wait.
So you wait. Okay, so you're not going. Okay, so a minute passes, and he appears. He's kind of looking. People are being questioned. Who dares cast sorcery against the head of the police?
Your papers, sir. And she will politely pass.
Duchess d'Harnoncourt. I know this is family, but as you undoubtedly have read, this is not business between the two of us. If you would kindly let me know where your nephew is, it will go easier upon everyone.
I give you my word, I have no idea where he is now.
Deception, please.
I don't need to. I don't know where he is right now.
You did sort of say go and meet up in the snug. So
Yeah,
you might
I'm
have.
not there
I don't know
yet.
where he is right now.
Yeah.
It's a long time to get to the snug. But yeah, okay, I'll have a go. She was being very careful as well, Andy, to phrase it appropriately.
To phrase it, yeah.
What at this precise moment, given his average speed, I don't
I could
know.
not because it. Yeah, well, technically.
I'm not going at average speed because I'm supporting an exhausted Jean-Claude.
I think I
And
would
yet
be
you're
carrying
hasted.
him.
There's
Right?
so many variables that she
Yeah, and
genuinely.
I am a rogue as well. So
Yeah, I
we'd
mean,
be dashing in and out and all sorts.
Jean-Claude
So
is fine. He's only got disadvantage on ability checks. It's one level of exhaustion. But now give me a deception roll, because I'd like to see you word fence with Felix Figaro. 21.
That's pretty good.
That's very good. So be it. Unfortunately, there is little I can do to you at the moment. But if you are seen to be interfering in the service of justice, then you will suffer the consequences as well. Remember, yes?
You've got no time. Let me finish. I'll ask after.
Remember, the higher you are, the further the fall.
Yes. And no, my nephew will be held accountable for whatever crimes he has committed. And that was where I wanted to check, Andy. Did it say on the paper what crimes he had committed?
Yes. Sort of conspiracy to revolution.
Okay.
Sympathies with the Bipides.
should I remember what the bippides were?
Bippity boppity
It's
do.
a term for the animal people.
Yes, I thought that. I just wanted to check that it wasn't. They just made up.
Made up.
Yeah, the bippides.
Wow, he's been
Um,
conspiring with the Ujimabobs. Well,
yeah,
this is
because you've had a minute to see, it seems that named as a direct witness upon there is a name that you are very familiar with, which I will put into chat here.
Oh,
Madeleine Delphine is
Oh,
the
yes.
love of Bastian. And she indeed got very close to him.
Right. I got confused there just for a second. I thought it was someone else. I know it's got nothing to do with this, but just so I can know, what's the name of the woman who we helped protect that night? The one who put us on our first case?
her name was Marguerite.
Thank you. It was just sorry, I was just getting the two confused. But right, that huss is going to get gutted. Sorry, my inside voice there. She will be behaving as a good citizen.
The name of your good friend, and had things gone better, and maybe her sort of nieces had actually hooked up with Jean-Claude and Bastian, maybe none of this would have been happening now. But it seems very much that because they went their way and found their own lovers, Madeleine, Delphine, and Gillian, seems that bad things are happening. So
The Duchess has always felt that the attack of the giant rabbits and bears may have been a poor start to that court. It just never seemed to recover. It was always awkward in those sort of meetings while she chaperoned. There was little to talk about, and they trembled so much and had flashbacks. So perhaps it was not meant to be.
I apologize. I got the name wrong as well. It was Dorothea Corbert.
I know, I've put it in chat.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Don't need to apologise. It's almost like I'm running a game here.
I was pouring through my notes, so I didn't see that in the chat.
Lots of notes, lots of intrigue. So, I mean, this is cast iron. There is no arguing. If the secret police get their hands upon Bastian, he's instantly going to be dragged to Madame Guillotine. And what does it go, chat? What does it go? Let us say it. I know that chip chop thud. Yeah. So I mean, there's always, this is Dementlieu. There's always potential reprieves and ways round it, but you're going to have to make sure that happens before the secret police get hold of Bastian.
So the Duchess is going to be behaving herself perfectly well with them and answering any questions and comporting herself as she would, including looking quite sort of dazed and confused by the whole speed of things. But when it is polite to do so and indeed legal to do so, she will excuse herself from this terribly stressful and upsetting event and leave.
Indeed. So
when it's appropriate to do so, saying her sort of being nice to the rest of the cast and crew and saying, "I'm sure it will be sorted out." Yes, of course, you'll be paid.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure there will be many other performances of this. And
yeah,
while inside, absolutely turmoiling.
Madame.
Thank goodness I didn't make myself a star.
Yeah. Madame Charlotte, the head of the Red Widow Theatre, she's not a fan of the secret police, and she is putting a brave face on it. I am sure Bastian will write many more plays, but if not, this indeed is his magnum opus. It was magnificent, and maybe his very sad execution will We'll move this piece of work into the work of legends.
Yes, there is that. There is that, yes. Art is immortal, and nephews. Yes, quite. She's a bit distracted. She's
Yeah.
trying to switch into automatic Dementlieu Chalice mode. Yes, one has many more nephews, but there is only one play.
Exactly.
That's it.
An occasional death will increase the value on such pieces of art.
Quite so.
I mean, it's said, quite callously and potentially, did she cause this to happen? Or maybe it's just paranoia. Okay. So, Duchess, you make your excuses after a timely amount. The rest of you are safe and sound, currently in the snug. It seems that your host is a little bit nervous with you all being here, but needs must. Are you, Duchess, going to make your way to the snug?
Yes.
Okay.
After leaving, obviously the whole point of secret police is you don't know that they're necessarily there.
Uh-huh.
But her plan is to probably get a coach a short distance away, a standard one rather than the family one. And once they are a short distance away and hopefully not being followed, or she will look and check, she intends to fly a short distance to sort of get a distance away and then make her way on foot to the snug.
Yeah.
And get the coach to continue on to their home where they will be paid, but it will obviously be an empty coach for most of the journey. So
Perfect.
just to give them something to follow. If you imagine her sort of checking that they've just rounded into an alley or whatever, getting to opening the coach door, passing some gold, and then leaping out with her wings and flying as high, and then heading towards the snug more surreptitiously.
Okay. So you finally get to the snug, and there's on the door. The door is opened, and Sebastian. Welcome. I guess. Please. Anything for you, Duchess de Onicourt, and kind of guide you in and down to where everybody else is having a drink.
Thank you, Sebastian. I think we can definitely put this in there that I do owe you a favour.
Indeed, but let us make sure everything is safe first. I will leave you and your family to your business. I do not wish to hear anything. Call
Very
me
wise.
if you need me.
And if anything does occur, then we certainly did break in.
Absolutely. And he does retire. You get the impression he's not going to particularly eavesdrop upon you. So you are all round there, a couple of bottles of wine, working out what on earth has just happened.
So I think Jean-Claude, as soon as he sat down, the first thing he would have done was cast a disguise self, but it is a purely cosmetic disguise self. So still looks very much like himself, but he's removed a bit of, the rope burn around his neck, maybe some of the sort of bruising and haggardness he has just tidied up. So still looks exactly the same, but just a lot cleaner and tidier and nice.
I mean, to be honest, you're not wanted.
No, but got to keep up.
Might mistake him for me.
They look so alike.
Yeah. I was gonna. Oh, sorry.
No. You go ahead.
I know it's just a flavor thing that once we got to the snug, Chloe would have used the ability to see through Henri to see what was going on, to see if the Duchess was okay.
Yeah, the Duchess.
So, and as soon as she knows that the Duchess is leaving, she would then say, "Nobody move. You two don't leave this place." To the two bards, and then she would change into her quote-unquote stealthware, and she would perch herself on the roof of the building awaiting her master's return.
Yep.
And then when she comes to the door, she drops behind her.
Yeah, very nice visuals. I'm assuming Valère, you are just taking up an alert, protective stance as well.
Yeah, just making sure there's nothing, no police following us or nobody following us.
Perfect. So,
I'm just in the room having a cognac. I want to see where this goes.
it's like I had not had a night like this.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Okay. So, the Duchess arrives, comes down, and you're all sitting around the table, very much like the picture that I've just shown you. It's designed to be like a peasant's tavern. The place is currently empty at the moment, other than yourselves and Sebastian, who's a distance away.
Okay. The other thing Jean-Claude would have been doing is, after the disguise self, would have been getting out just, a piece of parchment or like his book or whatever, and trying to write down everything that he could have remembered from that dream.
Yeah.
So it's probably fairly fragmented, but literally, just one line, or even one word things in terms of just what I think this thing looks like, various things that she was saying, and just as I'm doing, I will be poking Bastian just to what, as I'm just writing this down and just saying things aloud, just so he's everyone's aware of what I'm trying to do.
So as you are trying to sketch this thing, I mean, was it a dream? If you think about it, you just vomited up seawater. Normally when one is hung, you don't vomit up seawater. But can everybody give me a history roll, please, as you see this sketch of this beautiful sea creature?
Not me.
Okay. Very good. So it is your studious Valère, but also Jean-Claude. You begin to realise, and Chloe, for whatever narrative agencies that you want. As the sketching of this, and as you begin to sort of focus and your mind clarifies, you recognise this. Either you've actually seen it, or you've seen a picture, a poster of it. It is the prize attraction of the aquarium that is within here. The place known as the Bonneville Museum of the Sea, which on your map is sort of down here, 15, down there. And it is sort of this mermaid-esque sort of jellyfish type creature that is on display within the museum. Very much alive. It's an aquarium. There's all sorts of things there. There's sharks and strange creatures from the deep oceans, as well as beautiful clownfish.
Okay. So I will obviously finish the drawings and everything, and then once people are starting to gather, are you doing okay, Bastian? Are you doing okay?
I think so. I mean, what happened? Why were they there?
Well, that is a question, Bastian. May I ask, in your philanthropic dealings, exactly how involved was Miss Madeline?
Well, peripheral, maybe. Not directly involved. I would.
She is the prime source of the evidence that has now rendered you suitable for execution upon sight.
Right.
No trial, no appeal. So perhaps before we decide what to do next, are there things that you haven't been telling me about your dealings of a philanthropic nature that would lead to such charges being made? Or if not, why has she been persuaded to make these charges?
I don't know why she would do that. It's very much as you know.
This is why I never married. Apologies, Jean-Claude.
Oh no, no, marriage sounds positively ghastly, but yeah,
Yes, you appear to have recovered, Jean-Claude.
mm,
For a brief point, you had the place in her heart, but so just to check, because I don't think we went through it completely. What has Bastien been doing? Is it a mild bit of treason, or was it just chatting to people in a philanthropic nature?
So
Yeah, it's
Okay.
your choice.
So openly, I've been advocating kind of for reforms and things.
Mhm.
And then I've been less openly trying to do a underground railroad kind of thing for the animal people to maybe have safe houses for them and things like that.
So
It
the
is-
Duchess will ask, how much was Madeline involved in that?
She shouldn't have been involved in that part at all. Only in the public things.
And Andy, I guess I think it's fair to say that the public things aren't enough.
Oh no.
Otherwise, the people coming to protest would have been gunned down.
Can you give me an insight roll, please?
Have a go. Yes.
Well, yeah, you know that sweet whispers, looks, distractions, words, being followed at night. A woman who puts her mind to anything, if she was actively, it sounds very much more like while she was aware of the things, she has actively sought out the additional information. And knowing both your nephews, it's not going to be particularly difficult once they have wormed their way into their attentions. But it sounds very much more like this wasn't just a right, you've been spending time, we're going to send you to the guillotine if you don't admit what you have seen. This is much more like she has been planted there to spy and investigate.
Right. So the Duchess will be having flashbacks of every odd look, every sort of slightly surreptitious glance that she should have picked up on from this hussy.
Yeah.
And can we also ask about what happened to Jean-Claude?
you mean me?
What happened?
Where is? I know.
Is this related? Was did the secret police hang you?
So where is Gillian at the moment? Did we just leave her body there?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
I don't think we were in a position to do anything else.
No, completely understandable. No, she when she did this, she was quite remorseful. Tears in the eyes as she sort of regaled a nursery rhyme.
A nursery rhyme.
A nursery rhyme. Then I conked out, and when I came to, I was there. But she said, something along the lines of, they needed to see his pay or something like that. Memory's still a bit hazy. Something along those lines of that they want to see his pay. And then before you know it, I was dangling.
And what is
Okay,
this thing you've been drawing?
Yeah. So when I was sort of choking, and no better word of describing that, had sort of I'm calling it a dream, but it's probably, I don't know, it's clearly something a bit bigger than that. It was very, very vivid. I was in water, and this thing here was talking to me, saying it's not time, seek me out. You're in danger, come and find me. And then when I awoke, I coughed out a load of seawater. So, you know, yeah. So something strange is happening there. But again, we think, racking my brain, and a few of us have agreed here. It sounds like this thing is at the Bonneville Museum.
What, if you don't mind me asking, if anything have you done to hurt this thing? What have you done that requires paying for?
I don't think I've done anything, to be honest.
Well, it wasn't the thing that wanted revenge against you, was it?
No. I think she was trying to protect me in some way, or protect us. She referred to us collectively.
Can you give me medicine rolls?
I think the nursery rhyme reminds me of something.
Well, you don't know what the nursery rhyme is at the moment, unless.
I would have regaled very quickly
Okay,
in terms of
so
Sorry.
we'll cover that at the moment.
I can't roll at all today. For 4 times, I don't think I've got above a 3.
I know.
Yes, there are 2 natural ones.
It's okay. I'm sure the chat in a minute will start giving you some hap when you're on your death saving throws as well. Chloe, I mean, no one else does this, but bizarre as it sounds, the filling of the lungs and perhaps the gullet might have just saved Jean-Claude when he was hanging in some way. Kind of almost like a reverse drowning or something. You're not quite sure. It makes no sense. People's lungs do not automatically fill up with that. But anatomically speaking, if the throat was kind of full of water, you put resistance in there and strengthen the throat from being crushed by the rope, maybe. But you certainly think that it probably saved his life rather than was trying to drown him. You, Bastian, as your romantic that you are, 2 people hanging, star-crossed lovers, a nursery rhyme such as Jean and Gilles. Sounds like a suicide note. Sounds like someone wanted the deaths just to look like suicides. Certainly the secret police are not involved. If they wanted
No, I
Jean-Claude
think
dead,
it's a separate thing.
then
Yeah.
they would drag him off to the guillotine like they want to do to you.
Yes. And I don't think it'll be the nice ladies.
No.
They don't like that kind of thing.
So, yes, it very much felt like Gillian was under duress when she was doing this. So, I don't know. I think it's probably worth trying to go back to somewhere together safely.
Well, I think you probably need to follow up with that aquatic lady. And I'm afraid I think I might have to take some drastic measures to make sure that you're all safe. You recall the plan we discussed previously, Jean-Claude?
Yes.
Can I make an insight roll? Or do I
I'm
need
sure you're.
to see whether Jean-Claude does remember the plan? Or it's a plan to make money manufacturing talking beer mats that they came up with. that's the plan that he's
You
thinking
definitely
of.
remember that one, yeah. I think he would. I don't think you'd necessarily need to insight. I think he would have remembered the conversation, but not necessarily the intricacies of it.
I think the only way to keep all you safe is if I turn myself in. And then Jean-Claude or Chloe can follow through with the remainder of my plan.
Which was?
Well,
Yeah, you
I've
tell Auntie. That would be good.
yes, I set up a area in the cellar of the house, where on command it will create a new body for a person who's died recently. So if it's an immediate execution, I might have to let them do it, but hopefully join you straight after.
And when did you first start planning in such a fashion? And is this why the wine was moved? Is this why we had sediment in the wine for 3 weeks solid? Because someone had been moving the wine around in the cellar?
I apologise, miss. He did ask me to move it to one side.
I wanted to keep the symbol hidden behind something, so yes, we had to move the wine racks so that they could be in front of it. I do apologise, I didn't realise it had upset the sediment.
Jean-Claude, was it your idea that when the resurrected person or revivified person arrived, they were to be surrounded by alcohol?
I would like to take credit for this, but honestly, no, sorry.
No, I chose our cellar because I wanted it to be convenient for whoever needed access to it.
So you want to turn yourself in and then come
I
back as
think it's
somebody
the
else?
only way to keep you safe.
Well, on that matter, Master Girard and Master Valaire, if you wish to distance yourselves from this family, at least for a period of time, we will, of course, completely understand. As merely by associating with Bastion, we are all committing treason currently. Of course, you were never here, if that's what you wish.
People always think the worst of my family anyway, so I'm happy to engage in a bit of light treason.
There is, this is particularly to you, Duchess, another answer, not so drastic as having his head severed from his body. You notice that the warrant was signed by the head of the secret police. It certainly wasn't done by Sardre d'Honneur. So, if you can get him to change his mind, then he can change his mind. It's not set in stone, but he seems to be keen to have this happen. There is also a timing on this in terms of it seems very strange that in effect the attempts on the life of both the nephews within moments of each other, really, in different ways, but it's still attempts on the lives of your nephews. And with those thoughts, I think that is the perfect time to take a quick 10-minute break. You can quickly discuss what you want to do, and then we will re-enter Dementlieu and see how you're going to resolve this prickly and sticky situation that you seem to find yourselves in. I'm not going to kill the stream chat, so if you stay in chat, we really appreciate that. We're just going to make stretch our legs, get a quick drink, and we'll be back very, very shortly. So please, please, please stay tuned. Back very soon. Hello and welcome back. I hope everybody had a chance to get a drink and some food. I've got some toast down here with marmalade jam, orange. That's going to do me good. Well done, Charlie. I hope everybody's enjoying what on earth is going on here. Wow, that's what I aim to do, Miss Blackthorn. Welcome back to our players as well. We'll go straight into it. You are currently in the snug within Dementlieu. One of you, your nephew Duchess Bastian, has a death warrant out for him by the secret police, and there has been the attempts of death on your other nephew as well, in many ways to make it look like a potential suicide. You are in the snug and making plans, some of it somewhat unusual, I have to say. But we will see how that unfolds, if that is the direction you are going in. So, what would you like to do?
So we've heard from Gerard, and thank you for your agreement to stay. Valère, will you be staying with us?
I'll be staying.
Thank you. So, Bastian, it just seems terribly extreme. Dying and then returning.
Yes.
Does
It would
this
certainly throw our hidden enemy off.
does this speak of a deeper malaise in you?
You intend to get yourself killed as a distraction.
And also, it would be a real shame to lose those pretty looks if you came back as something more.
A gnome.
You'll carry them on for me, Jean-Claude.
But could you not just keep yourself disguised for a bit, you know?
I could. It's not, but my concern was the rest of the family. As long as I'm on the run, they will also be after you, to see if I'm contacting you, and you have other matters to follow. You want to see your mysterious vision. We want to find out who was acting against us. We don't have to. I'm happy to keep my head and my beautiful face.
I mean, I can't speak for everybody here, but I think we would rather. You said keeping us safe. I think we're all willing to take that risk in that if it means keeping you close and keeping you alive.
I'm very touched. We'll keep it as a backup plan. If they catch me, we can follow through with that as a resort.
Yeah.
Yes. Let us make the agreement that if it appears that we are to be captured, you are to run, we are to pursue, and then kill you. As we have been searching for you to protect the family name.
That is a very good addition to my plan. Thank you so much.
That's somewhat morbid. LA.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a resurrection item in my house that no one told me about, and I'm being morbid?
So
I apologize.
No, not at all. We are all in a little situation. She seems to be sort of a little floaty on air a bit. Not entirely sure what's real anymore.
Yes, Duchess, you know that roller coaster analogy that I was giving you. You feel like you're getting to the top of it at the moment.
Oh no, she has been thinking that no, if he died, we'd be shamed, but then we'd be down the ladder a bit, and goodness, it would be so much more. I'd be poor again. That would be lovely. But no.
If we leave it long enough, maybe they'll offer a reward for me, and then if this situation arises, you can claim the reward.
Oh, that is thoughtful. She smiles in a not taking that at all seriously, but it's nice that, yes. So shall we? Oh, Chloe.
I will say, if this is part of something else and you disappear, whether it by literal or figurative means, then the mist would have one less air.
Temporarily.
But then you're no longer of the lineage.
That's plausibly true. Thank you, Chloe.
Well, I think
But
we're
you would be
getting
alive.
we are getting a little metaphysical here, and I encourage this often in places of drinking, where the world can be solved and made right very easily. Perhaps not just now, but a good point, Chloe.
So, shall we remove my hair to aid with a different look?
Whatever you feel is your way. Yes, I can help a little. I have some skill in disguise.
Okay. I feel like, certainly based off the original portrait I used for Bastian, I have quite a lot of wavy hair, and I will look substantially different with a tightly cropped haircut. I will
Okay.
add to that by moving my tattoos onto my face in a sort of swirl pattern, and I will ask my clothes to become a sailor's outfit.
Okay. Yes. That's fine. You become a sailor. It is a port domain.
Do we still need to take a finger or something just in case we need to
I
reincarnate
was
you?
gonna bring that up. I was gonna go up to him with the ballet song out, flicking it around, and go, "Did you say that you wanted a part of you removing?" I have a suggestion. There is a part that gets you in trouble quite a lot, and we could remove that.
Oh, Chloe, you are my subconscious id.
But if I have no tongue, how will I help?
Um,
I believe
At
the
least-
plan is that if caught, the family will apprehend and kill me. So perhaps the removal could be done then.
And at least we're
As you wish.
fortunate that we're not going to another person and asking for this resurrection, bringing that particular member. Can you do anything with this?
yeah, chat. I feel I'm losing control of the game now. But carry on.
If it makes you feel any better, Bastian, I very much enjoyed the play.
Oh, thank you.
That's
I
a
was
good
wondering if
point.
anybody
Yeah.
was going to mention it. Vanity.
Yes, it was great until my girlfriend died.
Yeah.
So,
That part's not so much.
no, I suppose
Would
that
you not
happened after,
take
didn't
her
it?
into the basement.
We could,
And
if we.
sort of Jean-Claude, you still get those flashbacks of in and out of consciousness as you kind of see her sort of spin round as well in front of you. And now they're
So-
talking about resurrecting her and turning her into a gnome.
Yeah, no, let's not
So,
do the resurrection.
here's a
thing, yeah.
question for the GM. Does hair count as part of a body? If she gave Jean-Claude a lock of her hair to wear or something,
Give me an
would that
Arcana
count as?
roll. Bastian, give me an Arcana roll. You could certainly try.
Do you have a keepsake like her hair or anything like that, Jean-Claude?
No, unfortunately not. No. But let's like I said, we can think about this later. I think it's still pretty fresh in my head, all of that stuff. with
I'm
the,
sorry.
No, it's okay. So let's why don't we go to the museum and we can go sort out plans after all the resurrection stuff after, eh?
So
Okay.
you disguise up Bastian. You've got a combination of, I think the Duchess says she's got some skills in disguise. You obviously got disguise self. You're cutting your hair. You're also very good at performing, so you can put accents on and stuff like that. So I think together as a group, you transform into this new character. Who does Bastion become? What is the name of this seaman, this sailor? What's his backstory?
I think I'll call the sailor Brendan de V.
Okay.
Actually, I've used Brendan already, but it's too late.
It's up to you. I mean, you're only spitballing it amongst your family at the moment.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but as an actor, I would imagine you would really get into the part of this thing you're going to play, rather than just throwing on the illusion.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Charles. Charles.
Yeah, Charles de V. Okay, so transformed, no longer Bastion. What do you want to do? It's quite late at night now. It's about, after you've caught your breath and stuff, maybe about 1-2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, should we rest up and go in the morning?
Yes.
I could do with a bit of sleep, I think.
I believe there was some talk about asking the other individual at the after party to accompany the
Yes.
miss at the museum.
Yes. So perhaps if we can have. Oh, it's very. How keen is the fish magnet?
Oh, very keen. Very keen. And I'm glad you picked up the little clue there, the little soupçon of a hint. Well done. Yes, I mean, he's very keen. He's a widower himself. And I mean, it's difficult. I mean, certainly your interactions with the captain hammered it home that you are indeed a very good catch. You know, with this prominence, you and your family within Dementlieu, but he is very keen.
And being a fish magnet, I'm sure he appreciates the term. I'm a good catch.
Absolutely.
I'm now getting
I most definitely use those words very carefully. And like I said, it's unlikely that he hasn't already caressed your skin over 1,000 times already with his products. I don't know how that makes you feel.
It makes me feel you really like that sentence, Andy.
I do like that sentence. I spent a lot of time, and I'm going to get some mileage out of it, because it makes my skin crawl. So hopefully it is doing the same to you all.
Yes.
It's not the kind of chat up line I would personally use, which means that it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so if you head home,
I mean, it's also factual as well, which I also like. Thank you, Rai. Super creepy. I appreciate the support there. I don't just throw these things together. I agonise for weeks over them. I'm going to get some mileage out. Leave me alone.
No, I'm sure we could expand that the Duchess's shared a bath with his excretions.
Oh, you see, that's beautiful.
Yep.
That's
where my mind went. I just felt, let's share the love there.
Yeah,
Since
no.
I got a sup of that.
I did warn the viewers horror content, and now we are going there.
Yeah, you didn't state which type of horror. It was worse than any of us could have imagined.
Bathing in fish oil like a weird Elizabeth Bastard.
he's using his fish oil to scale the heights of society.
Oh dear, look.
No.
I asked for it. But yeah, he's a huge donor to the Bonneville Museum of the Sea as well, where this beautiful creature is the prize exhibit. But it sounds very much first. Let's kind of get the boring sort of admin out of the way. You want to take a long rest. You're in a safe place. No one at the moment knows you are here, and no one sells you out. So you all manage to achieve a long rest. Congratulations. This means that obviously Jean-Claude, that level of exhaustion has now gone.
Oh, we're doing it here. Okay.
Well, I'm sure it seems like the safest place to do it. You are more than welcome. Sebastian, the owner of the Snug, is just like he kind of he does that sort of French-esque kind of shrug, kind of sort of wrinkles his nose and sort of says, "What, whatever." And in the morning he is cooking some omelettes for you all.
He's a good egg.
He is indeed a good egg.
Oh. Yeah, maybe
Yes,
we should give
Yes,
it
you
to
should.
him.
You should be executed now. Best.
I'm just trying to sway you to that point of view.
Exactly. On the warrant, there'll be "and punning" written at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very much part of your oeuvre.
Oh God.
Yeah. There's room for more than one name.
Yes. Yes.
You could say you're not sure which of us is which, and they better take both.
Oh dear. Please, you've managed to take a long rest. Well
Okay.
done. Sebastian goes, "Eat your omelettes, get out."
Thank you, Sebastian.
We do that, and then we head to the museum.
Yeah, okay. With your very cunning disguise and your performance, there is activity on the street. You do notice that police are about, but you easily pass. They seem to be particularly looking for someone dressed up as a devil at the moment. That is your
Makes sense.
Oh,
they're not the brightest. This is Dementlieu.
Yeah.
This is it's all made up in people's head. So they are seeking.
Can I put some things into the party sheet to hopefully Chloe can put in her bag of holding?
Yeah. You can pass those on. I dread to think which body parts you are putting into the party sheet at the moment.
Oh, it's just obviously I can't have everything on me that's identifiable.
Okay.
So,
my dear, if
for
we're that
example,
close to you, we're probably in trouble anyway. I'd much rather keep you protected.
oh, right. It's just like, for example, the armor I've got gives off drifts of red smoke. I think that'll be a bit of a giveaway.
Why did you buy that?
It was to help with the devil costume.
Oh, I understand now.
It side writes his name and advertising for him and okay, so you do manage to get, and I believe it's number 15. Number 15, the Bonneville Museum of the Sea, which is down right in this southwestern corner, past the Way of Witnesses, which is really nice because it's shaped like an eye, and the Philosopher's Promenade. So it is. I'm assuming you want to get there when it opens, so it kind of opens round about 10 o'clock in the morning. But I'm assuming, did you say you wanted to contact one of your suitors?
Yes,
Duchess.
please.
Okay, so yeah, you can get a message to Cyril Pelletier.
Dear Cyril, I desperately need a distraction. Could you please meet me at the museum as early as possible? Come as you are. Which is her desperate attempt for him not to come in a flammable state.
I can send a bird messenger, and they will actually just copy your voice, so it will actually be you saying it.
Okay.
Oh, I'd say it a bit less sarcastically then, and wouldn't mention the flammable bit. Is this thing on?
Yeah. Beep. Oh, now I'm supposed to talk.
Oh, I hate these things.
So, if he's able to reply, he says, um, 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 yes, and that's your 25 words.
I like to think that that was the bird doing the umming and the ahhing.
Yeah. So you get that
When it
recorded
comes
message.
I'm literally just dressing my bird up. It has raven stats, so it has the mimicry thing.
Yeah, perfect.
So it just repeats that.
So you get a rather sort of flustered yes, and good to his word. He's waiting for you. As I say, he stands maybe only about 5'3", a human. I say he is portly. He's dressed as smart as someone at his station could dress, in all of the Dementlieu sort of ways. He is, though, his hair slicked back and oiled up, greased up, and he is wearing sort of makeup, really. And even though many of his oils go into making colognes and perfumes, you can smell one of the more fashionable colognes upon him, but there is that undertone of him smelling of fish still there. He sees you arrive. This most unexpected, Duchess.
Oh dear Cyril, you are a balm in these times of terrible actions. I do apologize that I left the party before getting a chance to speak with you.
Oh, it was all. I mean, how are you, my dear? I mean, that was both of your nephews. One wanted, most wanted, and the other one hung by the neck.
Yes, these are quite raw memories.
Yeah, of course.
Perhaps if we could walk and talk, I need the distraction of pretty things. As she recoils inside at what you're saying.
This is my this is my favourite place. I'm so pleased you love it too.
Thank you. My family are also still in grieving, as well as a sailor of our acquaintance.
This is Peg Leg Charles with
This is
tattooed
Oh,
face.
you wanted me to remove your leg.
It helps. Wow, it helps the disguise, and we have a body part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rather more of a
exactly.
body part than I was expecting, but sure.
Okay, it kind of sort of looks and nods, but all his attentions are on you, and you see he's very nervous, and that doesn't really help his impression, because his mouth gets very dry, and then he starts licking his lips, and it looks like he's getting ready to eat a big steak. It's not the most appealing first impression that you get.
That's fine. If you imagine if it's some sort of rom-com where someone is trying to distract someone and she's sort of waving behind for the others to go in and start investigating.
Okay. I mean, there's not a huge amount of investigating to be done. There are two huge banners with a very similar illustration that I have shared to you of this this exhibit, as they call it. I have. It is Belmedou, the beautiful jellyfish from the French. But it seems that it is being treated as if it is some kind of animal, as opposed to sort of a sentient being. It is the prize exhibit, and it depends whether you want to have a look around the museum first, the aquarium, or whether you want to go straight to the exhibit itself.
I think I wanted to distract him enough because I imagine there will be more discussions with the exhibit that would normally be appropriate,
Yeah.
perhaps going on with the rest. So, and she generally does want to sort of get to know him a little bit better, in as much as what his interests are and the like.
Okay.
So she's quite happy to leave the investigation to the others while she sort of keeps him busy.
Okay. So there are many sort of wonders of the ocean here as you two sort of move off. Everything from kind of exotic seahorses, ray fish, octopi, sharks, turtles, crabs, clownfish, beautiful corals. It is a whole gamut of this. The only other thing of any kind of real supernatural thing is the thing from the trench, as they call it. A huge monstrosity. I mean, the beautiful jellyfish, they are casting almost as if it is this jellyfish that kind of looks like it is a humanoid rather than a humanoid that is a kind of like a jellyfish. But this monster from the trench indeed is somewhat different, and you see that it is very much. Sorry, I'm just laughing. This thing here that has its own sort of aquarium and it's kind of swamp-like, and there's a whole sort of black pool of water that you can't always see it, but occasionally it just kind of comes out. It looks mean and nasty.
Oh my! And I will be supported by him unless he's such a klutz that I fall to the ground.
No, he sort of picks you up. He is a little
Slide off
oily.
him.
Yeah, he is a little oily, and he has to sort of you know, sort of catch you. It's probably kind of like foundation or some kind of maybe skin product that he's got on his hands, which is probably really good for his skin. You think if you could actually touch his skin through the product that he's got on it, it would be very plump and soft. He's certainly got the hands of someone who's not done any physical work and has been using moisturizer for the most of his life. So it is amazing, and he knows each of these exhibits and he tells you about them. He loves this place, and you know, like we all get sometimes when we start talking about our passions, he sort of starts frothing a little bit and geeking out over it. So you might find it a little too much, or you might find it actually endearing that he most definitely has a passion for this place. And there are many wonders to be seen as well, the beauties of the ocean that you perhaps would never have imagined without seeing them here. I mean, you might, again, narrative agency to you and the rest of the players, you might have visited this. This is open to the public, so you might have visited this place a few times, but it is a place of wonderment. But as you, Chloe, are you sticking with the Duchess?
I was going to bring up what if she wants to be alone or not.
Okay, so have that conversation.
I guess this would happen before he shows up.
Yeah, I think it would be best to stay with the others just in case. I will be fine. And
if that is the case, please take Henri.
Of course.
And then the white blackbird will go with you.
Okay. Okay. So in the meantime, the rest of you, just sorry, you just unleashed in this museum. What shenanigans could go happen as the adult goes to have a look around, and the rest of you, how does this happen? What are you doing?
I mean, I have 50 foot of rope of mending if I have to use it as like child leashes.
it's the main exhibit is this beautiful jellyfish, so it's not difficult to find if you wanted to go straight there.
Yeah, I think maybe on another day that Jean-Claude would be interested in going around and seeing X, Y, and Z exhibitions, but specifically after what happened and the dream and stuff, he's quite determined just to get to this thing. So him at least will just make a beeline for the main attraction. I don't know about everyone else.
You do, and as you get close, you hear the same voice. You found me. You found me. And it sounds kind of pleased and surprised in equal measure.
Didn't have much faith in him then, eh?
Well, I mean, you have painted your character in a certain way.
Is it, and this is in my head, right?
This is just in your head. You can't see, but this is a prize exhibit. So as you're kind of going to be turning a corner, yeah, I mean, this is a big, massive plate glass aquarium, sort of standalone, and there's kind of scenery. There is sand and reeds. The water is crystal clear. And there are kind of magical sort of lights. And as you sort of turn the corner, you basically see this creature, either beautiful or not, depending on what the eye of the beholder is yours to have. Basically, sort of is swimming, and it seems to have sensed you and sort of moves up to the front of the glass.
Okay.
You can all see this.
So I will start to make my way to the glass as well.
Mm-hmm.
Getting to the point where there is just the glass between us as I look up at this thing.
Mm-hmm. It kind of reaches, and it's got arms. I mean, that's the thing. Exactly like that. It's got arms, and it kind of puts its arm upon I can do that. Ooh, onto the glass, as if trying to touch it. It got very slim, long sort of fingers. It's incredibly graceful. And these big eyes sort of peer towards you, and a smile spreads across its face.
So I will put a hand on the glass and again look up. And I think he's obviously just taking in this thing, so not really sort of saying anything at this point, just sort of looking up at her.
Are you well? Have you recovered? I sensed great pain.
Physically, I feel okay. Probably some underlying emotional trauma and that sort of stuff, but we'll deal with that when we get to the bottom of what was going on, I suppose.
And these others, she pauses for a moment and looks at them, but you get the impression she's looking deep into them rather than just observing them physically. You can trust them.
Yeah, I can trust them.
You wish me to speak with those two?
That would be good, yes. Including the sailor over there as well. He's with us too.
But he is no sailor.
No.
He seems to wish to be reborn in a different way, though. He seeks death.
He was quite adamant about that yesterday. We sort of talked him out of it for now. But maybe we'll do that sort of once we've got to the bottom of what we need to get to here.
Curious. So where to start? And she opens, or they, difficult to tell really, opens their mind up to all of you, apart from you, Duchess, because you are not there. And you feel again this kind of almost like sound of a shell when you put it to your ear, whispering very delicately in your head. I was told by my prince here that you could be trusted. So I have speaking with you all. I have uncovered a plot most foul. I am sensitive to thoughts and minds, and in my prison here, I get bored and I let my mind drift. And I have sensed dark thoughts, ill wishes towards you and your nephew, to you too, Bastien and Jean-Claude Domain. But, and she smiles again, I need you to do something for me first.
Okay.
It is simple. I seek freedom, and then I will tell you all.
And now we're talking.
How did you find me in my vision?
The timing was lucky. I have found out about the plot. I spent more time digging deeper into the mind of the individual that wishes dark deeds, and I built up an image, a picture of you. It was not easy. My mind can stretch for a while, but I pushed myself to the limits, moving from person to person until I found you. But I found you dying. So I brought you here.
Okay. And how do we get you out of here then?
I wished I had an answer. That is down to you. Return me to the ocean, and I shall tell you all, everything I know.
How do you feel about being reincarnated in another body? It seems to be our main plan at the moment. So
She kind of sort of backs away, and the colours kind of change.
okay, that's fine.
Only someone insane would wish such a thing.
Yes, I think so as well.
Someone who does not believe that this life is real and that we are all perhaps playing some kind of game would choose such a terrible thing to happen.
Chloe's head will cock to one side slightly.
So, and I'm fairly confident this is you can't breathe outside of water, can you?
For a time, yes, but there are protections upon the case. I am their most prized prisoner. But I do not enjoy it here, even though it has led me to you.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but are you robust enough to be carried to the sea?
As long as you are gent. I am very delicate.
What kind of size are we talking about, Andy? Is this like box jellyfish big or?
No, she's medium, humanoid size. Slightly longer, really, because of the sort of tendrils.
It's almost like a train.
Yeah,
Dressed train.
it's quite difficult to see whether they've actually got any legs or not.
And whereabouts are we on the map? Just trying to see how.
Bottom left.
You
15.
are number 15. I can put the arrow there again.
Oh, okay, so we are very
So
close. To
yeah. I mean, this, they have to feed the sharks and stuff. This backs onto the ocean, and there are some docks and quays here as well.
Presume they would have some way of replacing the water in this tank.
Absolutely, it's crystal clear at the moment.
And there's nothing that shares this tank.
Oh no, they wouldn't want to. And one of the things is she's very lonely. You can sort of pick that up. I mean, you wouldn't like to be stuck in a crystal tank and have people gulp at you and think that you're some kind of animal.
No. Okay, we'll get our heads together and we'll have a think about how we'll get you out of here, eh?
Her colours perk up. Thank you, my prince.
Mm-hmm. Any ideas, guys?
Find where the tank that they keep the water in, that they empty into this thing to clean it out. Then we break the glass, stick her into it, and run to the sea.
That sounds
Matt,
fine.
that's going to be extremely heavy.
It's okay. Yeah, Bastion, you can stand next to the. Again, it's a sealed off container, this sort of black pool of water. Occasionally the thing from the trench kind of appears, growls, and then sinks back into the water again.
Is this like the kind of place where they would have information about the exhibits on cards?
Oh,
Does it
yes.
say, for example, where they got the jellyfish lady or where they got the creature from the trench?
Yeah, but this is also Dementlieu, so most of it is just made up.
Fair enough. Just for fun, I will give the creature from the trench the ability to magically communicate with me.
Okay, so you wait for it to come up. It kind of looks at you. Are you going to say anything to it? It doesn't realise that you can communicate at the moment.
Yeah, I will. I'll ask it who it is. Who are you?
Come here and
Oh,
say
wait.
that.
What's that?
Come here. I mean, say that.
I'm as close as I can get.
It kind of moves forward and climbs out, hulking towards this, and kind of sticks its head. You're a sailor.
I think I might have misunderstood this trait. I can make it understand me. I can't make me understand it.
Okay, so it can understand you.
Sorry.
Okay. So.
Well, too late now.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't like being here, but it also looks highly aggressive.
Okay. I'll give it some space.
It also looks like it can survive in and out of the water. It's not encased completely in water like this beautiful jellyfish.
Okay.
Potentially a good distraction if you could get it out. You think it would just rip into things?
I do like the look of this museum, though. I don't want to ruin it.
Indeed. You are considering stealing its prized exhibit, though.
If you want a distraction, I can provide an effective one.
Like Gerald said, is there sort of like, if we have a look around,
Yeah,
like a secondary tank or whatever?
give me some investigations, and you are all aware without a dice roll that certainly the company that the Duchess is keeping at the moment probably knows all behind the scenes as well of this place, due to the fact that is a major sponsor and donor. So looking around, there's nothing that is obvious with the 12 and the 8, mainly due to the fact that it's probably kept sort of behind the scenes so they don't ruin the beautiful aesthetic of this place. But you can easily see doors that lead behind the scenes of this place.
Shall we have a quick nosy in there, or I can go in, or I can make myself invisible, is what I'm thinking.
No, just storm in, pretend to be lost tourists. No. Not gonna-
Yeah, okay.
Do you Master Jean and Master Bastian, do you not have the capacity of short range teleportation?
I believe
Two.
Bastian, he did it yesterday, didn't you?
Not that you noticed, but yes.
Oh, there's a little bit of burn going on between the nephews now.
Do I know if I'm able to go into water?
Do you mean, can you get into the case?
Yes.
Because like it sounded very much like, if I go into water, will I dissolve?
Yeah, like a bath bomb.
Yeah.
Would I be able to dimension door into the case, and then dimension door back out with the lovely floaty lady as a willing participant?
I'm going to say you can't dimension door into the. Well, you can dimension door into the water, but you'll take the damage because there's no free space there. It's not solid, so you wouldn't bamf back out, but you kind of merge with the water a little bit, and then you would displace it. So you could do that and take the damage. Or, I mean, looking about, you could probably try and find a way to climb up, or even dimension door up. This beautiful creature doesn't look like they could, if they wanted to, sort of climb out of it. So it's whilst there is what appears to be a lid on the top of this big glass display, you think there's probably a hatch or some way to access it.
Because depending on how far away we are from the sea, 500 feet is quite far.
It is.
We do appear to be right next to the sea on the map.
Okay.
And I presume they're pretty close for putting fresh seawater into the exhibits, but
yeah, absolutely.
Is it possible to go to the back of the building, look out? I presume they also have a sea view, considering the nautical theme.
So you
start judge how far away it is.
Yeah, absolutely. You start investigating that as well. Did Gerard and Jean-Claude want to? Was that what your investigations were for? Was that for the?
It was for initially to find the thing before heading into the back.
Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. So you split into two. Some people go into the back to see if you can find the containment device. Some of you going to see how far it actually is. And it's just beyond the 500 feet. You don't think a single dimension door would get you. The other thing to bearing in mind is that out on the bay, the back of the museum. There's a lot of workers that are catching fish to feed to some fish, like the sharks and the like. There's a lot of cleaning going on and general sort of administration there. So it will be pretty obvious someone just appearing very close into the sea of the museum.
Is the tide out
Especially in the
now,
middle
or
of the day.
Sorry, say again, Gordon.
Chloe first? I was just wondering if the tide is out and it would be closer, or is this
No, this.
well,
I
this
mean,
is as close as it gets?
yeah, you don't need to worry about the tide here. The tide, I mean, it's basically designed to be where it's not tidal. So it might drop a bit, but the sea never goes out where this museum has been built, which is a good thing. So that's your investigations there. Sort of Jean-Claude and Gerard, you act like lost tourists as you get into the back. And it doesn't take you long, really. You find a number of suitable containers. None of them have actually got water in at the moment, but there are certainly, those kind of, what are they called? Sort of pulleys that you can kind of put the container on and wheel it around if you wanted to.
Is there any obvious way to get water into it back here? Any system of pumps or?
That is going to definitely take an investigation roll. Although, yeah, give us another one.
Minus.
You're bound to
Oh,
roll.
that's
You're bound to roll. Yep.
What's my highest
So
yet?
yeah, it's good. We're getting there. So you kind of have a look around, and indeed, you can see that. It makes noise. That there is pumping systems, and you just follow the sound. And there's a dwarf there, got shirt sleeved, rolled up, big sort of apron on, two big rubber gloves, sort of goggles on. That's got a big spanner, kind of maintaining the pumps at the moment. Kind of sort of sees you. There is the sound of this pump house. He's got his goggles on. There's water spraying into his face, and he just kind of nods at the two of you, as if you kind of are meant to be there, and then carries on cranking the pump. But it's quite easy. There's quite a large hose thing that you could just put into one of these containers and fill it with actual seawater. It's actually pumped from the sea.
Yep. I will take the hose and begin to do that.
Okay. It takes a few minutes. It's quite a large container. It has incredibly changed the weightage of said container, but you have this trolley that you can kind of angle it at, and if you're working it together, certainly Gerard and Jean-Claude, you can have got yourself a container full of seawater, and it's kind of used to compartmentalize sea creatures, so it's fit for purpose. You haven't just jury rigged it. You've got something that is used for exactly what you want to use it for.
I'd like to just have a quick word with Jean-Claude.
Yeah.
While this is going on.
Absolutely.
Do you trust her?
To an extent, yes. I mean, I think she saved my life.
Okay. You obviously have the most direct connection to her. Why does she call you her prince?
I don't know. I was going to ask if we managed to get out.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I thought, but she's. I don't normally have sort of the way that she sort of came to me in the vision, and the sort of the water out of my mouth. I thought this was probably a I think I trust her, yeah. And you know, at
I'm
the
just
very yeah, at the
I'm
very least, I
cautious
thought.
at the moment because we've both just had terrible experiences with
With
our
the lady.
romantic judgment.
Oh, I mean, you know, I'm not looking to court her or anything. I sort of, to be honest, Bastian, I was sort of channeling my inner version of you. She was talking about wanting to get out of here and the frustrations of being sort of cooped up. And I thought, even if she's not completely on the level with us, the best thing we can do is get her out of here, isn't it?
Okay. I was leaving the final decision to you.
I
I'll
think
go and have a word with her.
Let's get her out into water, and we can take it
Yeah.
from there.
Okay. I'll go back to the tank. Is she? I'm picturing like a cylinder tank in the middle of the room. Is that what she's in?
Yeah, I mean it's big. She's got a lot of room. It's just obviously people can walk all the way around it. There's no privacy,
Sure.
and she's alone. You know, it's not a brilliant existence. But yeah,
Would you say that she is inside a 10-foot diameter circle?
well, I mean she's not, but she is. If you see what I mean,
Okay.
she's in a much bigger space than that.
Okay. So no then.
But
Okay.
what are you suggesting or
I was
thinking?
wondering if I can draw a teleportation circle around her, which would open a portal in the center of the thing.
It
But
doesn't work that way. Teleportation circle, you have to go through to another circle, I believe. You have to go to a sigil.
you do. Yes. So the second part was going to be checking if she knew of a sigil, but only if the circle itself was viable, which it sounds like it's not.
There's no teleportation circle in a tank.
No, I was going to create one here. The question was, did she know of one under the sea that she could teleport to?
No.
And if I could draw one here, so no. Okay. That's cool.
Meantime, whilst all this is going on, the Duchess, you are moving around and you're getting close now to the grand exhibit. You've not heard of the rest of the family and you're not quite sure.
Oh, I was going to say every now and then I'm going to look through the eyes of the birds to see
Mhm.
where the miss is, so that I get an idea of where she is, and I'm going to point in that direction, and I'm going to give her messages so that she knows what they're planning to do.
Okay, so
I think that might be a good idea for her to know what they're about to get up to.
Yep, so you are indeed fully informed, Duchess. But you are getting ever closer, moving from exhibit to where you know the rest of the family are.
so. She would be just wanting to know a little bit more about him. Obviously, now punctuated with occasional "Oh my goodness," as a particular wacky plan is sort of beamed into directly into it.
Oh yeah, by the way, they're doing this thing. Don't worry.
So please, do tell me about your "Oh my goodness." Yes. So she wants to know a bit more about his family.
Okay, again, it's Dementlieu, so you have to take everything with a kind of pinch of salt, really. But he says that his family has lived within Dementlieu for a long time, and over that time, it was him that had discovered that the oils from the bones of fish. He doesn't go into where he found the bones of fish. Um, uh, they have certain properties, and by scenting them and the like, products could be made. And he very rapidly, in his relatively early life, managed to build an opportunity He did fall deeply and madly in love with a woman who was very supportive, but she unfortunately died. And since then, he has thrown himself into his businesses. Give me an insight roll on when he starts talking about the death of his wife.
Yep. There we go.
Oh. Thank you for the follow, Drake Tales. 22, very good. Yeah, there's something. He's very upset and disturbed about the death of his wife, but he's holding back on something.
She probably gently sort of. That must have been very difficult.
Well, it was a time that we were not as rich as we are now, and she did her best to support the business for our future. And it seems that some of my early concoctions might have had poisons within it. She developed a very unsightly number of rashes, which led to her death.
Oh, that must be a terrible burden to bear. You mustn't blame yourself.
It is indeed. In many ways I do, and I've been alone ever since, but I guess that is my fault. Maybe you only get one chance at love. What do you think?
I think that you get a chance at one type of experience. In my limited experience, love of a romantic nature is not one type of love. It does not, if you have one deep romance, it does not mean that it is impossible to have another, but it will be different because the people will be different and the circumstances and the timing will be different. I don't believe that it may seem that way. Certainly for a long time, I felt that nothing could replace what I felt for my Vincent, and I realized that nothing can and nothing should. But that does not mean one cannot have feelings again. And she will pat him on his greasy hand.
Yeah, a very soft, greasy hand. He smiles, and that is those are very kind words in it. And he looks into your eyes. That gives me hope for the future.
One should always have that, regardless of current circumstances.
Indeed. Also, with your second insight roll was a 14, you quite blatantly picked up on the fact that he didn't say she died of the unsightly wounds.
Oh no, I'd immediately left to some sort of dreadful suicide thing, unsightly or something like that. But yeah, it was. He did put it very carefully.
But as you're having this conversation, and he most definitely is drawn into the conversation, not paying kind of any attention. Maybe it's because he's just seen the museum so many times before, and he is now caught up in the moment with you. But as you turn the corner, you see the rest of the family. Kind of, one person's got this huge case full of water. There are people sort of kind of watching. Can I get up there?
Pushing it across the floor
yeah.
towards.
I was envisioning this sort of taking place in the background as they're walking along, and
Yeah.
there's a maze of discussion, and in the background, just out of focus,
Yeah.
shenanigans.
Cinematically, I am more than happy to say that you're just walking past this scene.
I mean, if you like, if we're literally turning a corner, and I'm quite happy for her to sort of spin and maybe mock feint and go into a clinch to distract him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can do that, but I do like you drew him into that conversation, and I think cinematically it is a beautiful scene with like this mermaid heist going on in plain view of him, and as you kind of just walk him through the scene. Okay, well, you've got away. Well, you haven't got away with it, but you certainly got away with one of the major donors noticing this heist going on in front of his eyes. So, for the sake of brevity, I mean, you are level 10 characters. You have some powerful tools at your as your resources. So I'm going to say you will be able to carry this off, but just because of the police searching elsewhere, and you have all of these tools. What I would like you to do is to tell me a story and narrative of how you're getting away with getting this beautiful mermaid, a beautiful jellyfish to the sea. How does it play out amongst all of you? You all need to take a part.
Is that everyone all right if I go first?
No, please do.
Yeah. So, as part of the distraction for the whole thing, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. Conjure Animals has a range of 60 foot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to summon 8 cows, 15 foot 15 foot forward, 45 feet up.
Okay. Yes.
All right, this went from 1 to 100 really quick.
Okay. There are some falling cows. Is this just as a distraction?
This is a distraction.
It's definitely a distraction. Now, again, narrative agency. We'll come on to everybody else as all of this plays out. But are you doing it around where the Duchess is walking? Are they going to be walking into raining
I presume
cows?
they're coming. I presume they're coming from a slightly different direction.
Yeah.
To me, so I would be a little way back.
Again,
so
you have
obvious.
Yeah, you have narrative agency and stuff like that. So okay, I mean,
the Duchess would see this, but
Are they indoors or outdoors?
assuredly disapprove.
You're indoors at the moment.
I meant the cows. Are the cows also indoors?
Well,
yes, they will be once they've landed.
Yeah.
Where else would a cloud of cows come from? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is going to be the miracle of Dementlieu, the day that it rained cows. Okay. I'm a little bit speechless, but who wants to go next?
I guess I will turn to Bastion and say, can you get her out, or should we just break the tank?
I can get her out. I'll if you boost me up.
Yeah.
I mean, I can take you up there.
Yes, let Chloe take you up, actually.
Okay. So from the top, I'll let her reach up to me with a tentacle, which I'm expecting to sting.
Okay.
And then I will.
Yep.
I'll dimension door to next to the tank that they've set up, so that she can fall straight into the tank and I can land next to it.
Okay, stylish stuff. So that is what you're doing, Jean-Claude. Is your thing of are you boosting fundamentally Bastion up? Is that your contribution, or you want to do something else as well?
I think Chloe's taking up Bastion. I think what I was potentially going to do, whilst half looking at falling cows, was just hover around the tank for when though these guys fall into our sort of movable tank, is just get ready to cast invisibility.
Okay, on the tank.
Yes, is that something that it has to be a person, right?
No,
Um,
I think you can do an object or whatever.
anything the target. Yeah.
But you can certainly make this beautiful jellyfish invisible, and then you're pushing around an empty tank if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's the plan. Just one less that just in case anyone looks away from the cows for a second. All they see is just it just looks like we're nicking a tank. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, the depravity.
Yeah.
Okay, so Chloe, you're helping up. We've established that. Duchess, you're distracting. I mean, ironically, you've brought this donor here to
Pointlessly,
for some reason not actually accessed anything that he knows, which I think is hysterical.
I mean, he wanted to talk to him, so there you
Yeah,
go.
no, it's beautiful. We've had some good touching role play scenes. Valere, what is the madness you are going to bring to this already crazy scene?
There'll be cows going onto water.
Well, no, the cows I think are raining down on the museum, which will crash through the roof, smashing some of the tanks, spreading water everywhere, and some of the fish.
So I'm just gonna do detect magic so we don't get anything come out of nowhere to attack us.
Okay, I mean that's perfectly good. You summon up that it lasts for 10 minutes, and you kind of do this. Would you? Again, I'm playing around with narratives here. This is more for Gerard. Would you have done it away from the thing from the trenches enclosure?
I'd have done it away. I would have done it up until.
Yeah,
I think
not you,
particularly,
Valera.
yeah.
I'm more concerned about the falling cows into the thing with the trench rather than the detect magic.
Yeah, I don't really want any animals to be freed, so I'd be trying to do it on an open area if there is one.
Okay. Well, I mean, random falling cows. How many did you say?
8.
8. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cowage, a lot of steak coming from the sky. So, like I said, this is a bit of fun more than anything else. The skills areas that you've got. This plays out beautifully as Chloe, with your ability to climb, takes Bastion up there. The Jean-Claude, you are ready, and as this tendril sort of comes out, in fact, she's not going to use one of the tendrils. She actually reaches out with her hand and touches you for the first time. There is a
Sting?
no, there's no sting, but there is something that passes between the two of you. Something that is beyond words, something that is beautiful. And you say the words, and shoo, you teleport dimension door down to where the cage is. You are aware, though, that you can't really sort of drop this creature. You can't teleport her into the case, otherwise it will cause her damage. So when you appear, she begins to sort of lose consistency somewhat. But you can, Jean-Claude, if you want, catch her, sweep her, cast your invisibility, and help her get into the case itself. In the meantime, whilst all this is going on, you get vision to see magic beyond magic and are watching things that are going on. And cows begin raining down at a distance. Your company, Duchess, sort of says, "Did you? So I think I might have heard. Did you hear that? Is that? It was like a."
The Duchess will, because she's only she didn't know this is not part of the plan that she has been shown. So since it just happened, she will put her spectacles on with true sight and just confirm that she is seeing what she's seeing. As well as, to be fair, also having a quick glance at her companion just to make sure that he's not anything odd.
No, you're looking up and down. He's everything. I mean, I don't think you would actually want to choose to have this appearance, to be honest. It's certainly not masking anything. I mean, the true sight does maybe pick up the makeup and the
She'd be quite interested to see what he actually looks like.
product. Yeah,
underneath.
you notice that he does seem to have some kind of rashes and stuff. Nothing too severe. But yeah, there is some old scarring from maybe the time he tested product out on himself.
His natural hair color?
No, it is dyed. His natural hair color would be sort of grey, but it is both oiled and dyed with his own products.
So she probably sort of poke a head round a corner, confirm that there are indeed cows.
Yes.
No, I don't know what that is or what that noise was. So what first? How long have you been a patron of this establishment? Sort of taking his arm, possibly for the first time, or offering her arm.
All right. She takes it, and that's enough distraction for him. And he starts saying, you know, it was after a few months after my wife had left me. I felt I needed to give back, and most of the product the oils come from the sea, and I think we can do beautiful things with with what we use them for, but it's also nice to be able to actually see them as close as we can, even if it's not in their own habitat. Oh, I forgot. I completely got distracted. You've missed the most beautiful exhibit of the museum. Come, we must go and see the beautiful jellyfish.
She will touch his arm and look deep into his eyes and say that beauty comes in many different fashions. I am happy where I am.
Ah, wow, no roll, no persuasion. He is just, he falls into your eyes. You have him wound around his finger, which you'll be pleased to know gives you all the opportunity, dodging the falling cows or moving beyond them, pushing this tank of supposedly empty water out of the museum to make your escape. Well done on the heist. Where would you like to take your treasure? I mean,
anywhere within 500 of the sea should be fine.
Well, you want to, I suppose you want to speak to her first, but you can do that before you dimension door. Don't forget that you would have to go through the dimension door as well. So if you were to,
I know. I think I think if I aim like a few feet above the sea, I can fall in and splash, and swim back.
Yeah. So fundamentally, you've got the map there. I mean, you can see 15 is the museum. If you zoom in, you've got a lot of coastline to potentially choose from.
Yeah.
Yeah, just anywhere along the coastline, I think that looks sensible.
Yeah, probably reasonably close, so we're not wheeling along the street for too long.
Well, it's a shame really, because like Dementlieu is a civilized place, so it's just full of cobbled streets, and you just kind of running that wheels over with this tank of water would be hilarious. Okay, so you all of you other than the Duchess gets to this place. down one of the alleys. I mean, we can easily say maybe down here between some buildings. Oops, sort of like there or wherever. You kind of look around, make sure that you're not overly being seen, and she is close enough to being freed. So she speaks out again into your minds, particularly addressing Jean-Claude, and says, I need to find my notes, she says. She says,
I'm afraid they're a bit soggy.
yes. She says, you have done all that I could ask, and it is more than I could have ever imagined. Soon I will be free. Once more, you have my eternal thanks. You are indeed in great danger. My mind, in my boredoms, touched the mind of one Lisette Duret. I'll put that into chat. She is the curator of the museum, but she hides a dark secret. She is a member of a cult that do terrible things, have terrible dark secrets. It is this cult that wishes both Jean-Claude and Bastien dead. They attempted it last night, and no doubt they will try and attempt it again. I have spent long probing her mind. There are many of the members that belong to this cult, and she begins to sort of list them for you. I didn't want to do that. I don't know the difference between cutting and pasting. That is awkward. Just give me a moment. She starts sort of telling you their names. Right. That's okay. The cut and paste feature is not particularly brilliant here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So, Lisette Duret, curator of the museum here. There is Felix Vigoro, the head of the secret police. There is Eric Beauregard, a grand master and artist. Maximilian Edard, owner and sculptor of the House of Wax. And there is Madame Dorothy Colbert, an aristocrat. These are all the ones that... oh no, there is one other as well. Auguste Rubic, the manager of the Grotte de Trésor. I do not know if you are familiar with any of these people.
Some.
Yeah.
These are remaining members of the cult that was, and together they conspire your deaths.
Why are
You
they
know
wanting
why?
us dead? Yeah, why?
She sighs. You have done me more than I can imagine. Sometimes, though, there are answers that perhaps you would prefer not to hear.
No, I think we want to hear. Do we not, Bastion?
Well, we won't know unless we hear. But I imagine we might regret it.
She sighs and she says, there was one other cult member, one that is no more and seeks return. His name is Vincent de Honnecourt.
Is that where the EastEnders music plays at that
Yeah.
point?
But they do not wish his return. From my probings of her mind, it seems that these others were responsible for his demise. They plan to prevent him returning.
So these guys conspired against Vincent.
Yes, he was a member of their cult. They decided that they did not wish him to live anymore and they snuffed him out. But it seems he does not rest easy and he wishes to return. And as best as I can tell by probing the thoughts and the memories of Lisette Duret, is that they seek to prevent his return. This is why, Jean-Claude, my prince, you are in danger, the same as Bastion.
Okay.
You understand he seeks to return through you.
Yeah, no, sorry, just sort of putting it together at the moment.
And with them not wishing the return, their answer is to remove you, both of you.
And then Vincent can return. Uncle Vincent can return.
No, this will stop Uncle Vincent returning.
Okay.
He wishes to take your body. Without your body, without your form, he cannot return.
I mean, I'm sure Vincent was a great uncle, but that does seem like something that we should avoid.
Well, I think he's been dead too long for either of us to actually know him. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
I believe, yeah, you were widowed quite young.
Yeah.
So we only know him from stories and pictures.
There is an alternative, my prince, and she extends a hand to you. Why do you not come with me? You'll be safe with me.
I can't breathe underwater, to be honest. So
Oh, you can. I will make it so.
No, it's okay.
She looks sad.
I think we've probably got. I understand we may be in distress, but we've probably got to sort this out, haven't we? Do you think Auntie knows Bastion?
No.
I'm guessing that, yeah, literally only you two know any of this information.
No, she's spoken to all of you.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, because of the only person who doesn't know this at the moment is the Duchess. Because Jean-Claude said he trusted all of you, she's not been deceitful or trying to hide it from anybody else. So she's opened up this mental communication with all of you.
I get, well, as someone that would have been employed in inverted commas by the Duke, I don't really have any information about him.
No, and I
So
guess
I'm not sure what well, I'm just going to play it as when his name is mentioned. Obviously, Chloe's eyes don't light up. They don't do that like regular people's eyes do. But it's like she'll affectionately say to herself, "Master?" ?
Yeah. Because I thought Chloe would be more or less impossible to read, because I think he's, at the moment, at the very least, Jean-Claude's trying to figure out how much the Duchess knows, and with an extension of that, how much Chloe is aware of this. As sort of a world crumbles around him a little.
It's been a rough day.
It's been a rough 24
I
hours.
do apologise, players, but this is a domain of dread. I mean, you're given chance of a new life here with your own little mermaid in the sea.
I think if Auntie Anlaise knew, she would have jumped at the chance for me to abandon this body.
I mean, the thing is that certainly your auntie isn't listed as a member of the cultists.
No, she didn't know Jean-Claude. She's a good person.
No,
She loves them.
Okay. So we need to go and get her, don't we?
It's going to mean
We do.
It's going to
somebody
mean a whole new version of loving you soon.
I will. I'll message her when I get a sec.
You're going to tell her via message. Hi, Auntie.
Not the whole thing. I'm just going to. I need a moment to mentally adjust, and then I will send a message saying we really need to talk about this when you can politely extricate yourself.
Oh, I don't get to message back, do I?
You can reply to this message.
I can't remember. Is this the whisper one?
Yeah, you unfortunately do need to point and whisper back, basically.
I know. The caster points and whispers. The other one can just reply.
Okay.
That's it. You only get one reply.
That's okay. She has message as well. So
Yeah.
it's just pointing at each other. She will reply, marvellous. Presumably everything has gone well. I will let this dear man go home and I'll meet you outside.
Let this dear man go home.
Not sure about the cows. You will explain, I'm sure.
Oh dear.
I'll respond. I will certainly try and get an explanation for the cows before you arrive.
Good luck.
Okay, so sad-faced. She says, "I have told you all that I know. Be safe."
You've been very, very useful. I'm sorry I can't join you down there, but I think we need to do some family stuff up here on the surface.
It is beautiful, and I will wait.
Sure. And then I'll just fly tip the tank into the water.
Just push it over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, are you doing it that way? I thought I was teleporting her out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Do.
I don't
Instead of
know.
me just kicking it.
I don't know. I think you just pushing it over is just again cinematically.
I love that.
Oh, we
I
don't need
would
this
like the
anymore.
plan
Just
to
chuck
have
it in the
been.
sea.
I'd like the plan to have been that I was going to teleport her out, and for Jean-Claude to have forgotten that and just
Yeah.
tip it over and let it
You
fall
just-
into the sea.
As it smashes and shards, then
Yeah.
bisects her.
The rocks underneath.
I just like the I will wait for, and you just push it over.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Bye.
And if it sinks to the bottom of the sea the wrong way round, so she's still trapped, but she's now at the bottom.
just created the new big bad. Okay, I can get rid of her. She whispers into your head, by the way, my real name was Ariel. She disappears into the ocean. Okay, so flashing back to the Duchess. So perhaps I was thinking maybe some lunch.
Um, I don't think I'm up to it today, given last night. But perhaps tomorrow I was going to suggest we meet for either lunch or coffee.
Oh, that would. And he genuinely kind of smiles. That would be perfect. I'll certainly make myself immediately available.
But you have to promise me something.
Well, yes, anything.
Come as yourself. None of this. And she sort of points to the hair. I want to know you, not your products.
You see, he kind of wells up a little bit, and he kind of doesn't reply but nods, as you wish.
And I know that it'll be a sign of courage, which I do appreciate. But now I must find out what on earth the rest of my family have been up to. I'm sure they
Beautiful.
bought all sorts of things from the souvenir stand.
It's very good. Most of my products are there.
Look, an eraser. It smells.
Basically. He seems to be genuinely touched by that, and he kind of very gentlemanly and sort of nods and departs from you, really, allowing you to meet up with the rest of the family.
And prestidigitate anything that's
Yeah. I mean, as you're kind of walking back, it's chaos. The staff are trying to move bits of cow from various things. It's just like they haven't even noticed that their main exhibit has gone missing yet due to the cowage.
Blackbirds are on them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Whisper to the little white bird, "Are you getting all this?" As I sort of pan round my shoulder to make sure that
it's
carnage.
Yeah, cowage. Okay. So you send him on his way, Cyril, and you meet up with the rest of the family. Well, the rest of the family and some kind of strange sailor.
I know Chuck.
Okay.
Chloe hastily comes up to you, like sort of waving her arms a little bit. It's like, I don't know what's going on, miss.
Now, I'd really like to.
Again.
Oh, I assumed the cows were not your idea.
No, but they did work.
And continue to work. I'm not entirely sure that they've discovered anything else has gone on beyond the large arrival of bovine interlopers. Whose idea was it, please? Just so I can credit it in my memoirs. Come on now, be brave.
I feel like it was a collective decision.
Oh, really?
Thank you, Gerard.
Focusing on the positive, it definitely worked. Okay, but as you kind of come into this scene, I mean, some news, some heavy news has been put on the shoulders of the rest of the group. How are you all looking at the moment?
Torn.
I know that there's a real storm about to go down that doesn't directly involve me, so I am borderline hiding.
You
And
you own
basically-
that cow thing.
Okay.
I'm giving you the bards a chance to explain anything before I will obviously tell her everything I know.
Yeah, I thought that Chloe was going to be in the best place to explain it, but if you want to wait because it's confusing for you too, we'll have to do it. I've just been kicked out.
Okay.
Um,
We can still hear you though, so feel free.
Yeah.
That is no reason for you not to explain, or you can pass it
Yeah.
across to Jean-Claude, or you can do it as a
Well-
duo.
So she told us what she'd learned from people's minds. One of the people was the lady who runs the museum, and she followed her mind to other people's minds. And they appear to have been members of a covert social group or possible cult with Uncle Vincent. She also believes that it was that they brought about his death.
I'm sorry.
Yes. So
Andy, how old are these people? Does this match up as far as she's concerned about sort of age-wise that they would have been around?
Yes, absolutely. You have. I mean, do you say the names?
I hadn't got to that yet, but yes,
Oh,
I will give the
sorry.
names. No, I mean the opening was just to like lay the foundation of this is the terrible news I'm about to drop on you. So the first name that jumped out to me, I don't know the woman who runs the museum, obviously. So the first name that jumped out to me was Madame Dorothea. She was apparently involved in this. She didn't tell us specifically what they did, but she did say that the idea is that Uncle Vincent was looking for a way to return to life.
But
And
so they were part of his Wednesday evening club.
yeah, she didn't mention the day, but I assume so.
Just assume he did.
And
she seems a little.
They turned against him. They're the reason he's no longer with us. And apparently his spirit is looking for a way to return, and they were acting against him.
Yes. Right.
So an important part of acting against him was to remove Jean-Claude and myself. So the other members of the group were the head of the secret police, the manager of Le Trove de Treasures, and I don't have the thing open anymore, so I can't remember the other names. A painter, artist, possibly he had some hold over Gillian to force her into this unfortunate situation. Have I gone silent again?
No.
No, I could see on the picture that Andy's mouth was moving and I couldn't hear anything.
That's because I had my thing up because I was eating.
No worries.
No, you're doing a magnificent job. We're just all listening attentively.
Yes, so it was important for them to remove Jean-Claude and myself from the table.
Yes, because you'd obviously want to help.
Yes, and also apparently we're key to the return of Vincent. Jean-Claude, can you add anything? She obviously directly was communicating with you, and we were eavesdropping. Oh, she wanted Jean-Claude to go with her, start a new life under the sea.
Yeah. I said no to that. I think I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit confused, but I think did they also they wanted to inhabit mine or Bastion's body. That was the crux of it.
Yes.
Well, they wanted our bodies not to be available.
Yeah. So he can't inhabit them.
You got the, because there's a subtext, but also a sort of telepathic sort of subtext. Yeah, he wants to possess your body. He wants to
Yes.
destroy your soul and take your shell.
Yeah.
Well, Vincent wouldn't do that. I mean,
Well,
where
I was
is?
definitely not putting that bit forward. That's a
No, I
slight
heard
detail.
Jean-Claude did, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So, but my Vincent wouldn't do that. Where is this aquatic harlot who would say? Are you sure?
I think this is what she's relaying is the understanding of the people whose minds she read. So this is what they presumably believe and are acting in the assumption of. But I certainly have not felt any attempts to cast my soul from my body. So I think we have reason to suspect that they're mistaken and are acting from paranoia and possibly guilty conscience over what they did.
Well, she's looking very well on it. I must say, if Dorothea was part of the Wednesday evening club, then she's wearing better than me. I would not have put her at that age. Well, we. So what do you think? And she looks around, possibly for the first time, looking for anybody to have an idea.
Well, given that you are publicly in a position where you have had a large shock, and Dorothea is a known friend and associate, I don't think it would be unreasonable for you to ask to visit and seek solace from your friend.
Yes.
And present yourself without any indication that you believe anything is wrong, and then potentially draw more information from her about her membership in this Wednesday night group and their aims and why they're acting against us now.
Yes, that's a very good idea. We could invite
I believe
her
she's
to
our
tea.
best entrant.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable doing this, Lily?
Oh yes, quite comfortable. Yes, let's invite her to tea. I'm sure a chat with her would calm my nerves and distract me from the past 24 hours events. Yes, Chloe, my dear, if you could arrange for an invitation for perhaps this afternoon or evening for a late supper with my old friend Dorothea, that would be lovely.
Yes, miss. Miss, is the master coming back?
Not if it involves him destroying the souls of my nephews. No. And she will excuse herself for a moment.
Okay. So does anybody want to do anything about the exclusion, or do you give your aunt time?
I think she probably needs a moment to compose herself. She's a very proud person. So I certainly needed a moment. I was shook. So I'd like to give her space.
Okay.
I can't speak for anybody else.
No, I think I need just as much space at this point anyway.
Good. It sounds like I am doing my job properly.
I mean, the impression I get is that she's furious, so I'm going
Yeah,
to stay away.
Okay, so time is given.
Might need to get rid of that white ribbon woman.
Well, she might be turning up today as well.
Yeah.
I hadn't forgotten. So, for the sake of brevity and the fact that I think, according to my notes, we are probably at maybe
11
half
o'clock.
one, yeah, or something like that now. That's really good. You make your way back to the De Honnecourt Villa. You send out an invite to Madame Dorothy Colbert, which she gracefully accepts for the evening. Now, this is your villa. Look at that. Ooh, battle map. You have 2 floors. You have some grounds. You can kind of prepare it however you want for. Sorry, I will open up the. There you go, so you can move about. This is the grand hall basically. So this is where you would perhaps entertain if you were having dinner. You've got a parlor and a sort of a den, a library. It's it is very much a very nice. This is your town estate, your town villa. So, is there any preparations you would like to do before the arrival?
I think I would like to change my disguise, and I will. I'll dress as like a butler or a footman or something, so that I can be there but not be incongruous. I could probably put on a wig to have neat, tidy hair and a uniform. Are we going with the thing where people wear masks socially and things? If so, I'll wear a servant's mask.
Yeah, I mean, this is down to the the head of the house, really, but it wouldn't be inappropriate to do such a thing.
Basically, I'll change the disguise. Going to a sea museum as a sailor seemed perfectly reasonable. Being at a duchess's dinner as a random sailor doesn't seem as reasonable. So I'll dress as a servant. I'll move the tattoos from my face down to where they're covered by my clothes. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So, without any other preparations, I'm more than happy to go straight into the evening. We cut scenes to the evening where you are back
I think
here.
the only prep would be sort of conversation that she doesn't leave until she's answered the questions.
Okay.
So it's not like we're setting up barricades and stuff like that, but just so everybody with their own abilities, which LA has only vague ideas about. She must not teleport.
Have we set out a seating plan?
Yeah, are you inviting her to like a table, or you want to take her into the parlor?
The reason I'm asking is if we have a seating plan, I can be ready to set up a zone of truth around where she's sat, so that she can't lie to you.
I'm not too sure that a zone of truth lasts that long, but
last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I would need to do it as she's arriving, but we would need to know where she was going to be sitting.
Well, she's my friend, so she'll be sat next to me.
Okay. So I'll set up a zone of truth around the chair next to my aunt when we know that she's pulling up.
Okay. So time passes. Night falls, and right on time the carriage arrives, and entering the grand hall is indeed Madame Dorothy Colbert, You put your scan over there. You see friend of the Duchess, and a ghoulish servant dressed in resplendent stuff. She moves forward, seeks to embrace you, Duchess.
We'll certainly let that happen, yes.
It has been too long. I heard terrible rumours about last night.
Yes, I must apologise that the first time I ask you to call upon me is when I am in need of some little support. But yes, please come in and sit down, and we will get your servant some appropriate sustenance.
Thank you. She just kind of clicks, and if you want him to go into the sort of kitchen and pantry, that can happen. So, she looks around. I think I am aware of most of the people here. Jean-Claude, I heard that you had a narrow escape last night.
There would just be a nod from Jean-Claude at this point, as he's just looking around and surveying, but just still trying to maintain an air of politeness, but just a nod.
So, it feels somewhat awkward.
How are your two daughters? Have they fully recovered yet?
Yes. They were most impressed by both of your nephews when you put down the revolution. It is a shame that things did not work out. I would have thought the blending, the merging of both of our houses would have been the best for all of us.
Oh, I agree.
An eye for a signal for when to cast the spell, because she will know about it.
So what have you heard? Perhaps I can dissuade some of the rumours. I think it helps sometimes to talk these things.
I mean, I'm assuming you have invited me here because I am perhaps your closest friend, and even though we haven't really seen much of each other over the last number of months, but there was Jean-Claude tried to take his own life, and fortunately that did not happen. But that poor model, the muse of Eric Beauregard, unfortunately did not survive, and that your other nephew is on the run from the secret police, from you know the reputation of Felix Vigoreau. Once he gets sent, he will be relentless. It is poor times for your house.
It is.
So is it as a friend that you invite me here, or as someone who feels their popularity is about to wane and you once again need help?
I had not even, forgive me, I had not even considered that. It was purely as a friend, as someone to talk to sort of, yes, to sort of see perhaps the back of my mind there was, how is the world seeing this? How is our standing? But it's very remiss of me, but I really haven't had any time to think about very much of that. So.
There is a knock at the main door.
Chloe, would you see who that is, please?
Yes, yes. Chloe will go and answer it. I assume it's the north doors.
Yeah, it's these doors here. It is one of your groundsmen, Mistress Chloe. It seems another couple of carriages have arrived. Gentlemen, including the head of the secret police. They are asking permissions to come in. Dorothy turns and smiles. I hope you don't mind. I thought it was best to invite some other friends.
What do you mean?
Well, I think that I alone cannot help you, but I know other people that most definitely will be able to help.
Ah, thank you. And I cast Mind Spike on her, using some sorcery points to give a disadvantage on the save.
I'm closing and locking the door.
Wow.
I think this would be a good time for me to do my spell too.
Yeah.
Talk to dead one, yes,
Yeah,
probably.
I'm not entirely sure whether it is worthwhile you casting Zone of Truth as she's just about to be mind spiked, but I mean, go for it if you want. So basically, triggering everything off will be you casting Mind Spike. So you have targeted from the combat tracker. So go for it.
So with the sorcery points spent, she gets disadvantage on the wisdom save.
Okay. I'll do it then. I'll click disadvantage and I will. It is a wisdom save.
Yes, and I hadn't increased the DC. Apologies, because I didn't think I'd be casting it. So there we go.
Well, she's only got a 10, so I'm assuming that is a fail.
So I'll roll the damage.
Okay. So as you do this, she just screams, "How could you? Ah!"
You killed Vincent. You expletive, because we're being recorded.
I'm not quite sure what that is, but someone's just decided to. What's that for? What are you?
That was the Zone of Truth, but it didn't do the minus. But I don't think. Well, you never know. Actually, I suppose my bardic inspiration dice off that. I don't know if it's going to be good enough to take it down.
She's rolled an 18, has +3, so it's a 21.
I think your bardic inspiration is now a D10 at 10. I could be.
Oh,
wrong.
is it?
I think. Let me double check because I'm still an 8. I think when you get to level 10, it goes
Mind
up.
Spike, does that reduce? Oh no, Mind.
You're right. It's a D10.
Just looking it up. No.
I was thinking of Mind Sliver. Sorry.
So that would be 14. So that would be a fail.
Okay, I mean, she's now not compelled to tell the truth, but any word she speaks.
No, but she's not able to lie anymore.
Yeah, that's okay.
And it is, yeah.
And we will go to initiatives.
Because having had her be accused of killing Uncle Vincent, I don't want her to be able to lie and say she didn't.
Okay.
Another one.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, on a positive note, imagine all the games you're in next week with that are going to.
Higher up.
Yeah, no,
it's
absolutely.
just initiative. Initiative is fine. That doesn't really matter.
Okay. So there is some kind of kerfuffle at the gates. Not quite sure what is going on there, but at the top of the round, Valère, you get to act. She turns and looks at you just before you strike and goes, "Yes, I was one of those that were responsible for his death. You have no idea what kind of monster he was." And then Bastian, for some reason, you have suddenly snuck in and gone on a 22 instead.
It didn't look like it was a. I seem to have accidentally rolled a dexterity check rather than initiative.
Yep.
So I wasn't on the tracker, so I just rolled initiative again.
Yep. So Bastian, on a 22, it is your go.
Okay, so we can't see out the door, can we?
No, Chloe's locked and closed the door at the moment.
Okay, I will hold casting Dissonant Whispers if anybody bursts in.
Okay.
I will cast it at 5th level if somebody bursts in.
And then we move to Valère.
I'm good to hold my action just in case anybody comes in with a just depending on which spell to use the lit stream, obviously.
And then we go. I need to change the name of that, but never mind. We go to Lisette Duret, or Duret, who has a movement speed of 30. And she 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and double moves too here, really. And then Eric Beauregard, artist. 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 25. All of these are wearing masks, but it is very obvious who they are. Sorry, we move to you, Duchess.
Okay. So, just have a look. So, she will respond that I don't care about Vincent. You threatened my boys, and will cast another spell.
Yes, if they are alive, he will be able to return. Do you know what he will do to you? You have no idea what kind of creature he is. I love the fact you are targeting Madame Dorothy Colbert, friend of the Duchess. I might edit that a bit.
And we'll cast. She will sit there and just look at her, and do Mind Sliver.
Okay. Fails.
So she takes.
Heavily damaged, and she screams.
And
She's
Why?
26 at this level.
No, I'm not 11th.
Oh, is it 11? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I had to check those when I was doing all the catching up. And I think she has minus 1d4 or 1d6 on her next check, but I'll just look that up.
Okay. You must stop him coming back. Jean-Claude, you'll go.
Yep. So I will, after especially hearing this, I'm just going to start moving across here.
I mean, that's the table there. So are you just so angry you're going to leap up on the table and just... You can do
Absolutely.
it. Yeah,
Yep.
no, this is...
Yeah, I will jump up onto the table and say, sorry, Auntie, as I'm sort of making sure not to step on any of the fine china or anything.
As you get closer to her, she says, Gillian was so beautiful. It is a shame that she had to die because of you. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up. I will bonus action cast Hex on her, and I will make an attack.
Yep, you hit. And you
Wow.
kill her. Yeah, no, I mean these are cultists. These are the Duchess is dead and
Good.
dying. Good.
Told you to
Last-
shut up, I say, and then I will jump off the table and smart on any if I've creased any of sort of if there's like a tablecloth or
Yeah.
anything.
As if I would support my nephews marrying your frankly bovine daughters. As she dies.
Perfect. Then we move to Felix Vigoreau, head of the secret police. He's unfortunately, because you didn't let them come into the room, you just started and he comes down as a free action, bangs on the door. Open in the name of the police. No point calling it secret at the moment because it seems a little bit redundant.
Yeah, of the secret police, although I realise now we're being less secret.
Yeah.
Mm.
The
Open
ghoulish,
the name of I can't say who.
the ghoulish servant comes out and dares to have a swipe at you, Duchess. And hits you on a 20 unless there's something you can do about it.
No, my armour class is as ever awfully high, Andy.
No damage. So I'm going to assume that because there's no damage, the claws do not scrape your skin, which means you do not have to make a Constitution saving throw to see whether you are paralysed. But this is going to be an interesting turn as we move to Chloe, seeing that the Duchess being attacked.
Mm. One sec. I just need to measure something. Oh, good. Perfect. As she's just turned, shut and locked the door, turns around.
Mm-hmm.
As they are bad mouthing, as there's some bad mouthing of Vincent going on over there,
Mm-hmm.
and then now a dead body, and then a thing that's now attacking the other master.
Yep.
Chloe again will put her middle fingers into her mouth and remove her gloves. She'll allow the gloves to hit the ground this time.
Okay.
Instead of just keeping them. And she will charge in this direction towards the ghoulish servant.
Okay.
And just use her bonus action to speak master and rage as she goes that way.
Perfect. Yeah, and enough room as you kind of again superhero leap upon the table. Most of the accoutrements have been scattered by a JC already, and you kind of land down and you rage. Do some attacking.
1 second. Also, at the same time, through the windows of the manor, a flock of the blackbirds will come in and swarm around Chloe as well.
Okay, a flock of seagulls. I mean,
yeah, the blackbirds.
Just thinking of 80s
odd
bands.
haircuts.
Yeah, 80s bands and terrible haircuts. Sorry, again showing my age, but Andrew got it. Anybody who is into that 80s music would have done as well. So attack, target, or is you haven't used your action yet? You just use your bonus. Nope. Yeah. So
there's going to be 3 claw attacks.
Yep. Go for it.
Oh, reckless as well.
I have a button for that.
You hit. Do, do, do. Finger razors.
It's not a crit though, right?
I can't remember what we're doing. Is this Untitled
Oh,
Chronicles? Have we?
I think so.
It was last time.
Yeah. So against the ghoul, that would be a crit because you just need to do 10 or more if we're running those. I certainly don't mind doing it. Yeah. So I'm class 12, so 25 is definitely a crit. So feel free to double that damage. Be heroic. It is the time to shine. Heavy damage with the first hit.
And 2 more.
Critical hit. And you kill this creature. Dead. Okay. Anything else, Chloe?
I guess with my last attack,
Yeah.
she'll, after slashing into this ghoul, she'll just turn around and stab into the body of
Wow.
the madam on the ground as well, and then just whip and under her breath say "master" to her.
Okay. You did get the memo that the master was a really nasty guy, but never mind.
That's
That's her
Chloe's
opinion.
allegiances are to the
Yeah,
family.
no, that's fine. Gerard, these cultists are terrified of him returning. Okay, Gerard, let us go.
Yeah, so I can't actually see the map, so I'm having to watch the Twitch stream. I've
What-
got it up, but the image
You
hasn't
should be able
loaded.
to double click on your. Oh, it's just black.
Yeah. So I see the 3 through. No, it's been shared to me. I can see all the tokens. I just can't see the actual image. So I might restart Fantasy Grounds after this. Anyway, so the 3 that I
Yeah,
know that there's some outside. I don't know
everybody's
how many.
outside at the moment. There is no hostiles inside, and the doors are fundamentally locked at the moment. Either you're going to have to let them in, or they're going to have to smash their way in.
Are there any windows?
No windows within this room here, unfortunately. Yeah, for some reason, you didn't build this with many windows. There is a back door that you can potentially get out of, and there's a couple of extra exits if you wanted to sort of try and move towards them.
So
Or holding actions.
let's try and distract them. If I assume they're by the door, then if I move 5, 10, 15, 25 to that corner there, so the top left, the top right corner of the room.
Yeah, okay, so you move over to there.
Yeah. I can't see, so I'd just be moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll cast Etherealness again.
Okay, perfect.
And then I'll use my action to dash and move basically another 45 diagonally in the same direction.
So 45 in this direction. Can you
Yeah.
see it on the stream?
Yeah, I can sit. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay.
So
Oh yeah,
it'd be
you can go
5,
through walls.
5, 10, 15,
20,
20, 25,
25,
30, 35, 40, 45.
Yep,
About there.
about there is
Yeah,
fine.
happy
Yep.
with that? Okay, close
Yep.
the door again. Okay, so you just out of there, and you can.
Now I literally can't see anything. So other things. I'm going to restart Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah, no worries. Then we move to Maximilian Edard, owner of the Wax House. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 50. Now he actually has an explosive flask. Throws a point. Right, yeah, okay. He just moves forward and then or guest does the same thing, crowding behind the door. And then we go back to the top, and it is Bastion.
Okay, so nobody came through, so that spends the spell slot, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, the spell slot has gone. They want to come through. It's just the door is closed and locked, and they had to double move. You can definitely hear noise by this door here.
So I'd set up a fairy fire on the entrance here, hadn't I?
Yeah, I mean, you said
There was
you did.
one at the house and one at my my club. So I will back up out of the range of that. And I will shout intruders, which is the activation phrase, and then a 20-foot.
You probably need to wait till the doors are open, really.
Do I? Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine the spell's effect is going to go through a wall and close doors. So
okay. I thought it was just an area, so I thought it would cover the front, in front of and behind the doors. But that's okay. I'll wait till the doors are open to do that.
Okay. But I mean, it's not going to. I don't know whether it's an action to sort of say that. If it is, you will. But I think it just. I
don't think it takes an action to trigger the glyph, but
okay.
I'll double check.
So we're going to quickly go back to Chloe because Chloe's forgotten something.
It was just when I hit someone with a weapon attack, the birds can swarm around me and they'll push me 5 feet in this direction. That's all.
Okay, go 5 feet forward.
So
that is perfectly fine. And then we move to Valère. Sorry, Bastion. Is that everything you wanted to do? You wanted to reposition and...
I'll wait. If they burst in, then I can activate the glyph, then I'll do it.
Yeah, perfect. Valère.
Should I be able to see them? Because it's a closed door. Because I can see... Oh, man.
Yeah, you can't target them at the moment.
Yeah,
they are behind
I didn't think I could.
Behind a closed door.
Yeah, it's just I could see them and they just appeared on that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hold my action for a Sacred Flame End when we come through.
Okay. What can she do? She is... going to blast Thunder Wave at the doors. So there is an explosion, and they're very keen. And I managed to roll double ones, so 2 points of damage. There's a large trump. It's not really a thunder wave, and the doors shake a little bit of damage, but nothing in particular. He is going to power up, and he needs to target himself for that. Boom. And stick this on here. That's all he can do. And then we move to Duchess.
Well, can I see them now? That's odd.
You should be if you click on your token.
No, I can see the two people on the other side of the door, which is weird.
Yeah, it's probably because the map that is not.
Oh, we've got no.
Yeah, they're sharing its space.
Yeah, they're sharing the door space, but I mean the door's not open, so you can't see them basically. Until someone opens the door, but at the moment it's giving you that opportunity to prepare for these coming in, and you can hear sort of Felix Vigoro. It is police. Open up, all of you. Surrender.
We're coming. We are at home, two visitors. And she will walk forward, checking that everyone is ready, looking round for nods. And as she walks, two wings will sprout from her back, and her eyes will go bright silver as the mistress of the house goes to welcome some guests.
Wow. Now you are aware that, I mean, I don't know, you might not be. Bastion, have you told your aunt?
Why should he tell me?
About the thing that you've put in front of the door?
We'll have a resurrection crash in the day.
This one is not hidden in a cellar. So there will have been a day where she'll have seen me crawling around the atrium and drawing things, and then have seen the symbol flare and disappear. So she will know that it is to create a fairy fire on command from its point outside the door for when intruders are there.
So it's up to you. Yeah, you are obviously aware, but you might
She'll have seen me paint it basically.
But
And
you might want to just get this over with. So it's up to you. You do you, but you are aware of the effect.
And am I aware that it's triggered by standing on it or by someone?
No, it's triggered by the command intruders, basically.
Right.
But you can see Bastion's beautiful lips pursed to say the words. He's been waiting 2 whole years to be able to do his tricky little glyph of warding.
Well, I only learned it part way through the 2 years, so maybe like a year.
About a year. I mean, he's been sitting there every night wondering whether he should just like chop his head off just so he can see what he comes back as.
So, how high are the ceilings here, please, Andy?
I mean, fairly high. I would say a good maybe sort of 10 to 15 feet in the grand hall.
Okay, in which case, she will unlock the door.
Okay.
Open the door, and as her bonus action with her sneaky rogue levels, take a dash and move 30 feet back and up.
Okay. So
there is a winged thing directly in their line of sight, probably if I go 15 foot up. And
So about there. I mean, we don't have to worry too much about it. We've been fairly cinematic all the day. You know, you've dropped
this
cows
old lady
on a
shuffle as you just run across.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, dear.
Okay, and the doors slowly swing open, so you now got line of sight, and this is going to be amazing because it's Jean-Claude next.
I'm going to just sprint in.
I'm going to say that saying intruders because I feel so sorry for Bastion. I'm going to say that you can just say intruders now the door has opened and it goes off, and I'm going to reward you with the chance of catching them in fairy fire. So feel free to target everybody. That is literally everybody. So target everybody on the combat tracker. And go for it. This is just as you are charging in, Jean-Claude. Because I am a benevolent GM, after all.
Are, thank you. I'll wait for Bastion to do his thing.
He's been so. Oh, he's just cleared them all. What have you done? Oh no, that is looking good. They've got some very long titles.
They have. Look at this.
Okay, so I think you've got everybody. As far as I'm aware, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals at the moment. And when you are ready, Bastion, make that saving throw. There we go. Definitely some fails there. Quite a few of them. So apply that as you light them up. And narrative agency, what is the colour of your fairy fire?
You're on mute, Gordon, if you're talking. Oh, and he's gone.
Oh no! After all that.
No, he had the last word.
Yeah, the last word.
All he had in him, yeah.
That has worked. I'm off to resurrect myself. Or rather reincarnate myself, because it's not
Yeah.
resurrection. He has
Yeah,
managed
by my
to
uncle.
he's managed to apply the grant disadvantages before it disappeared, so that is good. So you charge in on your turn, JC, and you do. Oh, you're attacking Felix Vigoro, head of the police.
Absolutely. I think
Apologies,
before.
I disconnected rather than unmuted.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think we had to err on the side of caution when we were at earlier. But,
Yeah.
But now if they're breaking into the house, it's family first from as far as JC.
Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, he's not brought the secret police with him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's brought his co-conspirators. You're absolutely fine. This is either them or you.
Cool. So again, I'll run up. I'm going to bonus action hex Felix.
Yep.
And I'm going to say welcome. And then go for an attack.
I would have preferred to put you to the guillotine than have you dangling there. Tell me, did you pee yourself when you were dangling there? Most people do.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I mean, there
Andy,
was some water.
Andy, what's Felix's AC? Just because I'm
Uh,
fishing for a crit.
Oh,
Maybe
dear,
he's
you're all
done.
terrible people.
Well, he's monologuing, and
Yeah.
Jean-Claude will just go, "Shut up."
His AC is 17.
Oh, damn.
Okay, that's attack number 1.
Yep.
Attack number 2.
Hits with that fairy fire.
And I'm going to burn a bardic inspiration to add some defensive buffs to me.
Perfect.
So,
hit him with the rapid death.
So sorry about this. There's so many things to press with this build.
We are a level 10 as well, so it does get. Very nice. So you do some more damage, 14 points.
14 points. My AC goes up by 3 for a so I'll do that. I will take a couple of steps back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to have attacks of opportunity.
I'm swashbuckling.
Oh, course you are.
So I will take a few steps back. Big cheesy grin, and I'll say, "Please come in."
Okay, and it is indeed Felix's go now. I'll take that as an invitation. He kind of runs forward, and it might be a little bit pointless, but he's going to have a go. He's got 2 attacks with a long sword, and then he's going to attack with a short sword. Yes.
I holded my action for when somebody moved in a room for
You
Sacred Flame.
did, so feel free to target him and see if you can blow him up. Unfortunately, he saves against it, but it was worth a punt.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So he's got disadvantage against you. So the first attack misses, or second attack misses, and final attack misses. And then we move rapidly to Chloe.
Yeah. Time for some business as usual. However, now that I'm seeing that JC is fighting Felix over there, I don't think I can get that far, actually. Oh, never mind. It's very good. So I'm going to go up and around Felix, who will get an attack of opportunity against me. But
Okay.
Chloe does not care.
Cool. He's going to have a swing, and gets a 2. Okay, then go for it. Unleash hell.
Are these guys still fairy? Yeah, they are. Okay.
Yeah,
The
if
symbols
if they are fairy fired, it will be on their characters.
Yeah, auto roll for me.
Now, as soon as this dude is at the doorstep, he will get mullered first.
Okay.
hopefully.
Sounds good. Go for it. You are targeting. What a grand master, Eric Beauregard, famous artist, whose muse was indeed Gillian, and quite possibly the one that convinced her to commit suicide along with Jean-Claude.
Maybe it's time to paint the walls with you.
I like it. You've got a hap point as well. Brooks is saying, can I give Chloe a hap? So Brooks is saying, since we're running low on time, you could always just give it to me, but no. So you've got a hap point if you need to use it.
Okay.
We are running low on time. When I say running low on time, shall we do another 6 hours of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just continue to midnight.
And I will remember to do the correct on hit thing here. So we'll do this, and then the swarm will also whoosh into them and do an additional d6 piercing.
Perfect.
It's a little one.
It's okay. It all adds up.
And then attack 2.
You are hitting. And now heavily damaged. You again hit. That quite possibly, because that is, I don't think it's going to really make a difference, but we'll double check. For he's only an artiste, he has an armor class currently of 15. So the 23 wouldn't have been a critical.
No, they're just under, I think.
So he does survive. Is that your go?
I believe that's it, yeah.
Perfect.
I did not reckless this turn.
No, we move to Gerard.
All right. I'm going to try and move somewhere more relevant. 5, 10, 15, 25.
I mean, you are surprising them now. Have you come out of etherealness?
Yeah, it's at the end of the turn.
Okay, perfect. So you reform, and you can see everybody.
I am going to shoot the
wow
curator of the Bonneville Museum of the Sea, because
I mean, what is
those animals caged up? It's pretty abominable. Animal people as well.
Says the person who summoned a load of cows and made them rain.
They're not real cows, they're fae.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great in this dread domain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
you are indeed targeting. Wow. You still, the numbers you're rolling are not good, but that is definitely a hit. I'm just going to check because they haven't got brilliant. They are cultists at the end of the day, so it is worth checking their. So they're her armor class.
7, is it?
Well, no, it's only 11 though, so you're looking just at a 21, which means you just need a 10 or more for a crit. But yeah, that's a hit.
That'll be first hit.
And she's heavily damaged. These people must have been desperate due to the fact that they are doing this assault upon you. Yeah, second one hit. That is a crit.
Oh my god.
So double all those dice. Okay. So still survives though. Still survives.
Yeah.
Is that?
That's me go. Yeah.
Okay.
As I bring out this wrist crossbow as it kind of springs out from the thing.
Wow.
Nice.
And it's definitely a crossbow and not some kind of I am Batman.
It's a hand crossbow. Yeah, something like a Dishonored star sits attached and goes up the arm.
Awesome.
It's not
Yeah,
like a grappling hook, no.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Maximilian will is going to throw the explosive. He's got this flask. He's the one that owns the House of Wax and kind of pulls it out, shakes it up and throws it towards Bastion. That is probably his best choice. So we go to Bastion there, which is going to force you to make just a dex save. You succeed. So what happens here? Explodes in a 15-foot range. Increased damage. Take that. Half damage on a successful one, and you are not poisoned. So it's really strange in the fact that it is actually poison damage. But you fail to remain concentrating on the.
You concentrate on it?
No, you
I don't need to concentrate on it.
Yeah, for some reason it thinks that you
I
concentrated.
guess because you cast it and the C was on you, because it tries to track who has the concentration.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
So if you quickly, I know we're running out of time, as long as everybody's okay just to hang out to the end of this. If you want to retarget Felix, Eric, Lisette and Auguste, you can reapply it again because it wouldn't have come off.
Okay.
And just
I appear to have targeted Valère for some reason. It must have jumped.
I don't have an issue with that. And then
Spirit of Vincent.
Then we move to Auguste, and Auguste is not having any of this. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, we got a runner.
25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, for those of you who remember Auguste, he is the rather portly manager of the shop that you purchased the items for Sardry's party. Then we're back to the top and it's Bastion.
He promised we'd never have to see each other again. What a liar.
He was hoping that was the case 2 years ago. Bastion, it is your go.
Yep. So I will move up here. And I will.
Are you looking like a manservant at the moment? Are you going to show him who you truly are?
Well, I still have my own face. But I don't think he needs to know just yet. But I will say, you are supposed to be the secret police. Why do I know who you are? To hopefully give him the minus D10 on his save against these 5th level dissonant whispers. That's 4th level. 5th level.
Yeah, he fails it.
Crikey.
And you just kill him. You,
Oh my God.
you blow his head up with your
Logic.
You're supposed to be the secret police. How come I know? Boom!
He looks really confused for a second.
Yeah.
You know, he's right.
Yeah. Yeah. That did not fare too well for him. Anything else you want to do?
That was an action, a move, and a bonus action. I can't do anything else.
Okay, cool. Then we move to Valère.
I am going to use spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
At level 5.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild forward play again.
Okay.
So,
and who are you
I
targeting with that?
D10.
Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah, you can target really with spiritual weapon. Yeah, you can target Eric. And you just use do the attack roll basically, the little tennis racket to instill the attack roll.
Well, should we roll into?
Yeah, it's advantage because he's got fairy fire on him, so you do hit. and you get to do that damage. Spiritual weapon at level 5.
I can't do full dice. How do I do it otherwise?
So
I normally double click on the right bits. I can only click on one skill bits.
if you go to your spiritual weapon damage,
Yeah.
so click on the tennis racket, you'll see that it says 1d8 plus 1 force damage. If you left click on that and drag it, but then right click another 4 times, adding 4 more dice, and then roll it in the dice box, you will do the appropriate amount of damage.
Just give me a second. No, it's
Yeah.
not let me do it on the laptop.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah, that's okay.
There you go. So you do an 18 points of damage, and exceeding his hit points by 12, killing him. Very nice, as this spiritual weapon just smashes down upon this Grand Master. Wow. You are brutal.
Then I'm going to Sacred Flame.
Yep.
On the other one.
Yeah.
Max.
Yep. Yeah, he does succeed on that as he moves out of the way. And then we move to her. What is she going to do? Yeah. Bum bum bum. Yeah, she's had enough as well. She whispers words, and very nature comes alive around her. As she fills this area full of clinging vines as she casts Entangle, which means that we need to do some targeting, which is only 2 people, which is Chloe and Jean-Claude. I don't hold out any hopes, but we will see. Oh, Jean-Claude, you fail.
Can I hap that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Just give us a roll again. DC is only 12.
Strength save, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, same. Oh, even worse. Okay.
Oh, you become restrained, Jean-Claude. And then she's going to attempt to run away. 5, 10. Yeah, are you going to do something, Chloe?
Hopefully cleave her in half as she runs away.
Yeah, I'll target her and give us a roll.
Are they fairy fired still?
She wasn't fairy fired. I think she saved. But well, no. I think if we read what it says there, the 2 on the dice is a hit. These were very desperate to try and stop the horrors that are about to unfold. Vincent on air. Oh, sorry, Vincent on the court. Coming back. So you hack her down, and Jean-Claude, the spell fades, and you are no longer restrained.
Cool. Okay.
Then we move to the Duchess.
Okay. Having missed several opportunities to use one-liners as everyone else has, she's sort of been watching as everybody she was going to say stuff to have been eviscerated, their heads exploded. much to her sort of like, oh, still good. She will make her flying move of 30 foot.
Yep.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Give a pointed look down.
So you just zoom over his head, basically.
Yep. Is he still fairy fired?
August is fairy fired, but Maximilian isn't.
Oh, August is fairy fired.
Yes,
Yeah.
one at the gate is, yeah.
Smashing.
He's kind of lit up, and as he runs, there's kind of a sort of like glow behind him.
Really, August, leaving so soon? That's quite rude. And she will cast a firebolt at him.
He's a monster.
So am I.
Okay. Yeah, see if you can hit him.
At least you got to say that one. So it should automatically do the advantage.
It should do because it's on his character.
There we go.
A 25, and I hate to say this, but his armor class is 15, so that is actually a critical hit as well.
Right.
You dropped the one, so that fairy fire, all of that messing around the door bastion has definitely paid off.
So I'm trying to add
Exactly
an
what
extra
it was for.
actually.
If you're doing your firebolt, it should be how many now? 2d10?
Yes, it's okay because I'm also in this angelic form. I also get to add a bonus. So I've just bumped it up onto the firebolt damage just for this
You
attack.
get a bonus of plus
10x.
15. Yeah, wow, that is
Plus-
awesome.
plus-
Yeah.
Plus
Equal to
10
your
radiant
level.
damage.
Yeah, that's fine. And don't forget to add the extra 2d10 due to the crit that you've got thanks to the fairy fire.
So
Crikey.
that's click.
Quite a spicy firebolt, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4d10 plus 10 or whatever. Oh my god!
Okay.
What?
Told him it was rude.
You exceed his hit points by 32 points. As this poor little retail manager. I mean, he's not done any exercise in years. Kind of with it just like running, and you just boom. He's incinerated.
Bonus action, giving the help action to Chloe. So she can attack with advantage, I think.
First attack.
Yeah, it's not flanking, it's the mastermind thing allows you to give.
All right, yeah, it's
as
okay
a
then.
bonus
I
action,
mean,
you
I'm
can give a help.
probably gonna reckless.
Yeah, you
No,
know.
it's okay. You're helping out. I'm absolutely fine with that. Then we move to Jean-Claude with his swishy swashbuckling runs
me.
forward.
Who will? And there's no flanking and
No
allies in the area.
No. But you are giving advantage to the next attack. Is that correct? The aid action.
Yes, if that's how that aid action happens. I've never done those before.
I have no idea.
It's a ranged help in an attack.
Yeah, so you can basically give advantage to Jean-Claude for his first attack.
Okie dokie, thank you.
That's okay.
Bonus action, move Hex across to Maximilian here.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take a first attack.
Okay. You miss.
Second attack without advantage.
This poor old alchemist. You do hit though this time.
Cool. And I'm gonna do the same defensive flourish that I did before.
Go for it. Okay, wounding him.
That goes up to 12. And I think I've got a bonus action, so I will just take a couple of steps back here.
Mm-hmm.
As I just run in, poke, and run out. And that is me.
Then we move to Chloe.
Turn away from the blood-splattered artist who got crushed by a big hammer or whatever the spiritual weapon looks like.
What does your spiritual weapon look like, Valère?
It'd be an axe.
Okay, big axe.
Okay.
Cleaved up.
Turn to Maximilian.
Mm-hmm.
Click reckless. And just say to him, this is Dementlieu. We're all mad here.
Yeah, so that's going to be a critical hit. Nice, heavily damaging him. Second attack.
I forgot my other d6.
So a
19.
19's not a crit, but it will be a hit.
I'll remember to do my swarm damage.
Yep. Perfect.
And then last attack.
Yep, you hit again. And that is enough to take him down. And incredibly rapidly, from the conversation that was had around the table to the assault, your estate falls quiet. Some high-profile people you have dead in your grounds of your estate, though.
Yeah.
Is Gerard just leaving?
I was just watching that.
I'm going to pick up the body and I'm bringing it back.
Oh, right, that's
Sorry.
okay, yeah.
Sorry,
I thought it was, I won't be renewing my contract with the House of the Uncle.
We've just killed the head of the secret police. I want no part of this.
This is the second secret police officer that we've killed.
Yes,
Yeah.
you seem to be very good at it.
The actual captain of. They don't seem to be very good at hiring these captains of the secret police. The other one was corrupt as well.
I think
Okay.
their mistake is always in letting people know who the captain of the secret police is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn to LA. Miss, maybe we should leave their jaws on.
Oh yes, I think Bastian has some conversations to have with people.
Certainly for one of his new plays where he can talk to a skull. So,
Do you mind if I take a good look at them all first?
not at all. Not at all. So, this is where we will leave you for the moment. This cult, or remains of a cult that existed long ago, has come to an end, meaning now that Bastien and Jean-Claude, for the moment anyway, are out of any kind of danger of being murdered. It's rapidly easy for you to undo the warrant for your arrest, Bastien. It seems that it was made out just by the head of the police, secret police.
He walked in there and said everything's fine. That was weird, wasn't it?
Yes. And he was looking for a quick execution for you to be done. He has the ability to make such warrants, but now that it is cleared and done, you are currently in the clear, although who knows who might pick up the leads. For there are, as we all know, threads of truth in the accusations made against you. Your paramour is still out there somewhere,
Yeah.
and who really knows whether she is complicit in this or not with these other revelations. You have the opportunity moving forward to explore the houses, estates and businesses of these remaining cultists, should you want to see if you can uncover any more information about this now long dead cult, about Vincent's part in it, and how they knew that he was trying to return and use either Jean-Claude or Bastien as a new body for himself. There is, of course, as well, the potentially blushing romance between the Duchess and the oil tycoon. Only time will tell, but for now we'll put an end to this one shot. But who knows, we might revisit and follow out the explosive repercussions of what has just occurred another time. Thank you very much, players. I hope you all enjoyed that.
Yep, very
Thank
much so.
you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
That's okay. Pleasure. It's very, very role playy. But I think some games really sort of suit this, and certainly this setting does. I want to say big thanks to everybody that stayed in chat with us all the way. 6 hours is a long time to watch, and we really appreciate you hanging out. Thank you very much for the support. I hope everybody's had a fun bank holiday with us, and I will catch up with you all again very soon. But stay safe till next time we meet. Take care, everybody.